All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. I hope everybody is doing well today. It's April 22nd, Wednesday, and we have quite a few topics that we're going to be talking about today. Appreciate you guys hitting that like button, actually. Almost at 25 likes. So keep that up. Keep hitting the like button. It helps the streams. Michael, what is going on? Ghetto God, Lady Gamer, Mustafa, Nicodemus, Ray, Marcus. Yeah, yesterday's stream was removed. Not going to be talking about it. Um, let's just say, let's just pretend it never happened. How about that? Easiest thing to do. You didn't miss anything. If you have any questions, though, about any topics, any gaming related topics that we may or may not have discussed yesterday, you can feel free to ask, and I'm sure we'll be covering it today at some point anyway. But we have quite a bit. What's Boss's middle name? Cheeseburger. Yeah, his middle name is Cheeseburger. Hellbound, what's going on, man? All right, so let me see here. Yeah, we have a super chat from New Soul 9, a $2 super chat, and he says, MBG, how much money for you to do an actual marathon in real life? I don't know that. I mean, if I'm answering the question realistically, there probably is a very large sum of money that if for some reason somebody was like, here's like $1 million to run a marathon. But I think there's a good chance I would pass away trying to train to run a marathon. So it's like one of these things where I don't know if it would be a good idea. I am not the person to be running a marathon. I mean, I don't know what the actual training for a marathon looks like. And it's like 26 miles, right? Has to be intense. It's got to be something next level. I don't think I could ever do it. So thank you, New Soul 9, for the $2 super chat. And listen, I'm assuming at some point over the course of today's stream, somebody's going to do a direct donation. I'm going to be testing something. I'm not sure if it works or not. So I'm just saying if you do try to drop a direct donation, let me know. So that way I can check to see if it's working or not. All right. Boss the Cheeseburger Gamer. All right, so guys, we have a few different things we're going to be covering today. We're going to be talking about Pragmata a little bit, specifically how it got another update that added PSSR2, which is funny because it seems like most people thought that Pragmata was already utilizing PSSR2. We're also talking about Marathon. We have the NPD report for March, and surprisingly, Marathon did chart, I would say, maybe a little bit higher than some people thought. But we're going to be going over that data and discussing the state of Marathon and also the state of just what's going on with the NPD report. We're also going to be talking about, I came across this article. I haven't actually went through it yet, but the title definitely caught my attention, where it says Xbox Project Helix could be worth like a $3,000 gaming PC, says leaker, and that's disruptive. So I want to go over what's going on there. Marathon only has 9,550 players on Steam right now. Is that considered bad? I'm genuinely asking, considering it's like 12 p.m. on a Wednesday. I don't know if that's good or not. I mean, I guess it is kind of low. What is it? People keep comparing it to Arc Raiders. So Arc Raiders Steam concurrent right now Oof. Okay. Okay. If we're making comparisons, yeah, Arc Raiders has 58,970 players right now. So basically, almost 6 times more players. Um, I could see why people look at that and they're like, "Oh, that's not good." But I feel like in isolation, having almost 10,000 players on a Wednesday afternoon, not too bad. Could be a lot worse. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I just bought Pragmata. It should be getting delivered either today or tomorrow. Um, Definitely curious to see how I feel about it, considering everything I've been reading and hearing. Yeah, there you go, Michael. I got it. It's on its way. Had to get the physical copy, of course. Mustafa, you're saying you just finished Pragmata. How was it? Is it as good as they say? You downloaded Saros last night, Ghetto God? Nice, bro. Yeah, I'm assuming you're getting the digital deluxe edition to get the 48 hours early access. Yeah, it's looking like I'm going to be playing Pragmata and Saros kind of. I don't know though. I don't know because there is a chance. There is a chance no matter how much I'm enjoying Pragmata that when Saros drops I might stop playing Pragmata, and I don't know. I don't want that to happen. I'll see if I can try to balance both. Uh yeah, guys, by the way, Ray or Ghetto God or Lady Gamer, whoever, or anybody else in the chat, if people come in and they're asking about yesterday's stream, please just, inform them what's going on there. Nothing serious. It's not, I'm not trying to make a big deal out of it. I think that's only going to make things worse, needlessly. Isn't Saros out not for another 6 days? Let me see. Yes. So I guess 6 days, considering Pragmata's on the shorter side, 6 days realistically would be enough to probably beat it, but I don't like to rush through games. I can't really enjoy a game thoroughly if I'm rushing through it. So even if it's like an 8 to 10 hour game, I mean, sure, like it's like when I played Resident Evil Requiem. It took me 12 to 14 hours. Oh, okay. All right, guys, Mrs. MBG's taking over for a minute here. Okay, I'll be right back.
Hello, how are you guys? I bet you weren't expecting me here. While I'm here, I'm gonna fix this from top chat to live chat because he does this constantly and he can never remember to fix the settings. Hi guys. I'm making cake pops. That's what I'm doing right now. I'll have to come down and show you when I'm done so you can see them. But they're in the oven right now, so can't show you yet. Gotta give the kitty scratchies. I did. I saw him and I couldn't resist. I had to go pet his tum before I sat down. I should play Pragmata? I don't know. It might be a little difficult for me. Hi, guys. You're very sweet. House chore? Probably not. Tell MVG to get you a Switch too. I'm hoping I'll get one magically in our P.O. box. Yes, Shadowlink, we pulled the old switcheroo. It's me. Hello. You were not expecting me. Is this a free stream version of Morning with the Misses? It's not. I just there's a bunch of packages that just got delivered outside and I have a really bad back so I couldn't pick them up. So unfortunately this is not a free Morning with the Misses. I'm going to leave in 2 seconds. Did I see the Astrobot mini fridge? Astrobot mini fridge? You didn't tell me that was a thing.
You should have been on the Discord.
Oh my god. Oh no, he's coming back. He is. I gotta go. I'm in mid cake pop. Maybe I'll bring them down and show you when I'm finished.
Thank you.
No problem.
All right. Well, I wasn't expecting that, but glad Mrs. MBG was able to fill in for a moment there. I don't even know. Yeah, I don't know what you guys were talking about, but getting some exercise in between the topics here. Oh, Shadow. I don't know if she saw that, Shadow Link. Mrs. MBG, if you don't get a Switch 2, I'll drop a direct dono. Don't make me buy a Switch 2, Shadow Link. Don't make me buy a Switch 2 for my wife. Please. You know, she says she wants a Switch 2, and I believe her. But the thing is, I know what game she wants. She wants a new Animal Crossing. A lot of people want a new Animal Crossing. MBG, you bought PSVR 2. It's the least you can do. That's true. That's true, Sparky Nuts. You are correct about that. It is the least I could do. Actually, yeah, I moved my PSVR 2 headset this morning, and I was just staring at it. I'm like, why did I buy this again? Nah, Resident Evil, listen, if Resident Evil 9 had PSVR 2 support, I probably would be using that. Shame it's not getting it, because Resident Evil 4 Remake PSVR 2 was pretty incredible. But yeah, I think PSVR 2 is well, yeah, I mean, I was going to say it's winding down, but Flight Sim is coming out, and that's a pretty big game. That's actually a massive game for something like PSVR 2. Why is my donate message stuck at the bottom of the chat? It's just pinned, which actually, did anybody try Marvel's Wolverine? Were you trying to do a direct donation? Did anybody try to do one? Like I said, if you do, let me know. But no, that's normally always there. I didn't play Resident Evil 7 on VR, no. I heard it was really scary, though. Resident Evil 7 on VR might be too much for me. Too scary for me. It was really cool to see Capcom supporting PSVR for that long, though, in such a significant way, where like every mainline game, you know? Shadowlink, you're saying I got a PSVR 2 as well, and I don't use it much. However, I don't game much as of late either, sadly. Yeah, I mean, it's also one of those things where, like, if you're not gaming as much due to time limitations, I feel like playing in VR is not the first thing you're going to jump to. You know what I mean? You're probably just going to want to sit down on the sofa, turn your PlayStation on, and play something normal. Yeah, I was surprised they didn't do like an Astrobot Rescue Mission remaster for PSVR 2. I feel like that would have been a pretty good idea, but that's my assumption, Sparky Nuts. I think what happened between PlayStation and Capcom is there was like a 10-year agreement that they signed, some kind of 10-year contract where Sony paid them a certain amount of money, and part of that contract was not only the marketing rights to mainline Resident Evil games getting announced, but also things like every mainline game has to have a PSVR 2 port. Because, yeah, the moment that contract expired, you weren't seeing Resident Evil games announced at PlayStation events anymore. And that also coincides with when they decided to stop making VR ports. So, you know, seems like Sony or Capcom, or maybe it was a mutual decision, they just didn't want to renew that contract. It's such a shame, though, man, because Resident Evil 9 would have been so good in VR 2, man. It would have been so good. And who knows, maybe in the future they will do something with it. They still could. But it's hard to say. You lay in bed and play in cinema mode. You've been playing like 3 VR games that are good. Oh, right. You're still getting some good use out of your PSVR 2 then. Interesting. Yeah, one of the games I remember playing in VR 2, outside of Resident Evil 4 Remake was Gran Turismo 7. I'm not really a Gran Turismo player, but I wanted to try it, and it was pretty impressive. I was like, this is kind of nuts. Definitely made me a little sick, though. That was my big problem with PSVR 2, is it just kept making me sick, giving me awful headaches. I'm like, I don't think I can do this. Oh, okay. Clark, please be careful. All right, guys, so we're going to dive into these topics and these discussions. Before we do, though, like I said, if you could do me a favor to help the stream out, hit the like button. All right, liking the stream lets me know you enjoy it, and it helps with the YouTube algorithm. I think we're almost at 50 likes. We're already over 50 likes, so thank you for that. Yeah, keep hitting that like button if you haven't. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Make sure you hit that like button if you haven't. And if you want to support the channel directly, there are a couple of ways in which you can do that. You can become a channel member, gain access to exclusive perks, as well as some occasional exclusive members-only content. You can gift memberships. If we hit 25, we will feed the beasts, I should say. You can also drop a super chat or a direct donation. I'm still unsure. The direct donation link should work. All right. No, get off of that. Get off of that. God, this cat wants to walk on my drums, and he's gonna perforate them. You think that like button? Oh, you're saying hit the like button like it owes you money. Yeah, do that. Be careful, though. Be careful. Don't hurt yourself. No, I don't think there's going to be a PlayStation VR 3, unfortunately. I think PSVR 2 is the last of it. I think one of the biggest reasons Sony will not do PSVR 3 is because of the PlayStation handheld. I think that they have a limited amount of resource. If not resource, they're only going to place bets that they really believe in. And I think after seeing how soft PSVR 2 sold and knowing that they wanted to go in the direction of a handheld, I think that they just figured, you know what? It's not worth it, They're just going to, I think, be done with it after. I mean, I think PSVR 2 will be supported for many years to come, to be clear. I don't think Sony's like fully abandoning it, but I don't think they're doing a third iteration of the headset. That's just my guess anyway. There were rumors that Half-Life Alyx would come to PSVR 2, but that never happened. All right, so I have a write-up here from Push Square. It says Capcom has pushed a new Pragmata update live today that adds official support for PSSR2 on the PS5 Pro. There's some confusion here, as following a technical analysis from Digital Foundry, it was assumed the game already was utilizing the newly enhanced feature. However, Capcom said this fresh patch adds official support for the upgraded PSSR and shows an example of it in action on social media. Therefore, it seems Pragmata has only been using and was tested on the system-level improvements brought about the recent... Wait, what? Therefore, it seems Pragmata has only been using and tested on the system-level improvements brought about the recent setting toggle added to the PS5 Pro. Now, after today's patch, Pragmata has official native support for PSSR2. Sorry, that was written very strangely. It says, prior to today's update, Digital Foundry spoke on the PS5 Pro, delivering a, quote, colossal image quality boost, end quote, that upscaled an internal image from 864p all the way up to 2160p. Now, with official PSSR2 support, the outlet may go back and run further tests on the PS5 title. So, yeah, I think like the big deal here with this is the fact that the image quality produced with Pragmata on the PS5 Pro looked so good initially that Digital Foundry just assumed, oh yeah, that's the upgraded version. That's PSSR2 in action. But it wasn't. And it's shocking because like with the original test they did, 864p going all the way up to 2160p. It just goes to show how good PSSR actually is. And I do wonder if Digital Foundry is going to go and do a second test. I think they should, because I'm curious. I'm curious what the differences will be. But Yeah, man. It's great to see games still getting PS5 Pro support like this. An update for Pragmata is available now on PS5 Pro, which adds official support for upgraded PSSR. Let me click this, see what it shows. It's funny because they just put a picture up. They don't even do a before and after. Here's a look at the enhanced visual quality. It's just this screenshot. They don't even show a comparison. I love it. Good job, Capcom. Yes, Vinny, no. I did. Mateto, I'm checking. You're saying, hey, MBG, how can I send you a video that I recorded and uploaded on YouTube as unlisted? I need you to watch it, at least privately on here. I wouldn't have a problem with that. The best way for you to send a so you can share an unlisted YouTube link. The best way to do that, I would say, would my question to you is this a video that you only want me to see privately, or is it a video that you don't like it, that you wouldn't mind posting the link under the link section in the Discord? Because that's what I would recommend, to go into my Discord and post the link to the unlisted video in that section. But you could DM me if you want on Discord with the link. That's another option. But Discord's going to be the way to do it. Leo Jimmy, you're saying that's that Sony boy's genius at work. Prince G, thank you for the 2 joules. I think that's the equivalent of 2 cents, perhaps. I don't know. I don't know what it translates to. I think 1 joule is worth 1 cent, right? And Titus comes in. Titus says he wants to get what will hopefully be a member train started today by dropping 5 gifts for you guys. Titus, thank you so much, buddy.
Appreciate it.
That's very loud. And Ray, thank you for that. Potato, if you want to join the Discord, Ray just dropped the link to the Discord in the chat. That's like his job now, basically. So feel free to join it. You've never used Discord, but I'll see what I can do. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm not really sure. I mean, you could, if you could email me. I would prefer you just join the Discord, though. That would be the simpler way. I'm not sure. Should I be worried about this video, though? What is this video you're sending me? But yeah, feel free to join the Discord. It's not too difficult. And Titus, thank you again for the 5 membership gifts. I'm going to add that to the goal here. There we go. Oops. Messing it all up. So I do have a question for the chat right now. I don't know if Mustafa's still here, but has anybody been playing Pragmata after this PSSR2 update on the PS5 Pro? If you have been, did you notice any difference? Or is it just one of those updates where it's like, it sounds better on paper, like they're, it's an upgrade, but you don't really see anything? Nothing noticeable? Oh, okay, Mateto. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. That's... Yeah, I guess it makes sense after how much we've talked about it, yeah. Marathon is a flop, no team deathmatch. We're going to talk about that next. No, Prince. No, I'm going to require... Yeah, after this, I'm going to require video proof. Thank you for sending the joules over, though. He dropped 10 joules. So weird. Still trying to get used to the joules. I still don't know the purpose of them. I just still don't understand what the point of these joules are. Hellbound, you're saying you saw little changes. The image is clear. Okay. I do wonder if Digital Foundry tests it, if they're going to find out that the internal resolution has actually been dropped even lower. Something below 864p. That's kind of the major strength of PSSR2, is that it's getting to a point, and we can just assume that PSSR3 will be even more significant, but it's getting to a point where conceivably you can see developers running their games at internal resolutions lower than even 864p, as low as 720p, perhaps even lower, 564p, which is nuts. And as these, as the technology that is PSSR gets better and better, the idea that the dev can save so much resource running those internal resolutions that low, but what you see ultimately is basically a 4K image, or very close to something that would resemble native 4K. That was the big issue with PSSR1 with a lot of games, is had a lot of noise. And PSSR2, one of the biggest things they seemingly worked on was to denoise everything. And if you don't know what the noise means, it basically means like the image can look kind of fuzzy. It can almost make it seem like there's a film grain, a really thick film grain where there's not supposed to be any. They seemingly corrected that when they, or prioritized that, I should say, when they were working on PSSR2. Interesting. Pragmata is better than Death Stranding. Pragmata is game of the year for sure. I don't see GTA 6 as automatic game of the year. Well, GTA 6 is coming out late November, so I'm not even sure if it's going to... Let me see what the cutoff is. What is the cutoff for game of the year? Typically the 3rd or 4th week of November, often around November 20th through 22nd. Oh, man. GTA 6 is going to make the cutoff by like a day. I mean, I do see GTA 6 as automatic game of the year. But then again, we think back to 2018, the last Rockstar game, Red Dead Redemption 2. I think we all kind of thought the same thing or something very similar. Red Dead Redemption 2 is going to be the automatic game of the year winner, and God of War 2018 took it, which I think was considered a bit of an upset to an extent. People were quite shocked about that. But yeah, I mean, GTA 6, man. It's awesome to hear that, though. That makes me excited to play Pragmata. That's really good. 4K-ish 120 FPS, that's the idea. That's seemingly what PSSR3 is going to be aiming for. PSSR3, when it launches, presumably with the PlayStation 6 or around the time of the PlayStation 6, maybe a year after or something, it's going to make it so that getting 4K 120 FPS should not be difficult with the majority of games. Obviously, it won't be every game, but the Platinum Trophy is easy for Pragmata. Yeah, I think I read the most difficult trophy for Pragmata is you have to beat the game again on the hardest difficulty. And I don't know what that is like. I mean, I just got done getting the Platinum for Resident Evil Requiem, and you had to play that game on Insanity mode. But you were able to use like infinite ammo and stuff like that, so it made it infinitely, no pun intended, easier. Why do people only care about Jeff Keighley's show when it comes to Game of the Year? Yeah, there are other more prestigious, well-respected game awards, like the BAFTAs that just happened, that actually mean a lot more to developers than something like the Game Awards. I think the Game Awards is just the most consumer-facing show, hence why it's the most talked about and most popular. And in a sense, it does kind of hold the most weight with the general public because of that. There was a pattern where Elden Ring and Baldur's Gate 3 that won because of multiplat. I think Capcom games will win for sure. We still have Wolverine. That'll be in competition. I am curious to see where Wolverine stands in all of this. I do imagine Wolverine will be a Game of the Year contender. There's also Saros, though. Multiple people who previewed Saros were saying that this seems like it's going to be an early Game of the Year contender. So 2026, I mean, developers are showing up, man, across the board. But I still feel like, man, GTA 6 is no joke. It is no joke. Yeah. I mean, there is Summer Game Fest, but the Game Awards is so much bigger than Summer Game Fest. So basically, the Game Awards has kind of turned into E3. And I feel like Summer Game Fest isn't actually E3 because you also have the Xbox showcase, you have the big Summer State of Play, and then Nintendo probably does something too as well. I mean, listen, we're at a point now, guys, where we're seeing more and more developers just getting comfortable with doing their own live streams for their games. We are seeing Ubisoft. They're about to do an entire show, was it like 30-minute show for a remake. It's just kind of nuts when you think about that. I just saw that, here, I have it up here, little bonus topic. One of PS5's most promising RPGs gets a gameplay blowout and release date next week. For a while now, The Blood of Dawnwalker has shown serious promise, and it's about to make headlines all over again. The action RPG, which has been spearheaded by ex-CD Projekt Red developers, will be getting an all-new showcase next week on April 28th. The 45-minute event will feature fresh gameplay footage, developer insights, and finally a confirmed release date. As far as we know, The Blood of Dawnwalker is still set for a 2026 launch, so we're guessing that this date's going to fall in the latter half of the year, unless it's actually been delayed into 2027, of course. So yeah, this is a pretty big game. They say here it's fair to say there's some real hype gathering around this one. The title has looked better and better pretty much every time we've seen it, and we're expecting a similar jump in quality from this upcoming blowout. This is another game that I think we kind of forgot is apparently, it's apparently coming this year. It's another 2026 game. I mean, maybe they will announce it's actually 2027, but the point is, well, we have a lot of games. But the other point is that now we're seeing developers, they're just like, yeah, we're just going to do our own events. 45-minute event for Blood of Dawnwalker. We're seeing a 30-minute event for Assassin's Creed 4 Remake. It's just becoming a common thing now. And I don't know that I'm against it. I mean, I'm a streamer, right? So I'm always streaming. I kind of am not against these games getting their own. We just saw it with Metro 2039 as well, right? I'm not against this way of doing it. Although it varies for me. I'm definitely more interested in seeing Blood of Dawnwalker than I am Assassin's Creed 4 Remake. But I think a lot of people are excited for Assassin's Creed 4 Remake. More trailers than awards. That's true too for the Game Awards, yeah. The only thing I want to consolidate in this industry are the game presentations. Jeez. Yeah, I mean, it can be a bit overwhelming. I mean, that's the one thing about E3 that people did like, is it was basically, it was, I don't know. I mean, was it better? I feel like it has its pros and its cons. Like, I think a lot of it feels better, maybe because we're looking through rose-tinted glasses. But if you think about it, like, the idea of everything congregating at one time in the same place and like condensing it all into like 1 week, you can see how on one hand it does raise the excitement levels to like to an insane height. But on the other side of that, I think maybe we do forget that we would basically go almost the entire year without having anything really going on, You got to remember, MBG, these publishers had their own press conferences at E3. So now it's the digital age. Yeah. And that's what's so funny looking back or thinking back on it, is like a lot of the most cringe and ridiculous conferences we saw were not from Sony. I mean, of course, Sony, Nintendo, and Microsoft, they've had their fair share of cringe conferences, but it was really the third party publishers where like you would get the most ridiculous nonsense happening. So I do kind of miss that. I mean, I do miss the fact that things were in person. You know, I think that did add a certain factor to it. It's just missing now. Everything feels so refined, and I do appreciate it to an extent because it just flows smoother ultimately. But I think we all kind of miss that feeling of the live presentation. But yeah, I don't think there's any going back now. That's true too, Ray. You're saying devs hated E3 because they had to crunch to make a vertical slice or demo to meet the E3 deadline. So I'm happy E3 is gone. That's absolutely true. Yeah, and this is what I mean when I say there's pros and there's cons. Prince, stop that. No, we need them to be healthy. We need them to be in a good place. I mean, I will admit though, I do kind of miss it. The crunch factor around it, the stress factor of like we have to create a vertical slice. I could definitely see how that really interferes with development and is probably very annoying. But the presentation side of it, man, there's no denying it was so cool. Like it was so cool to see that demo of God of War 2018. And I mean, Sony really mastered that during the E3 era, right? They mastered having their first party studios like 10 to 15 minute vertical slice. We're going to have you play it live on stage. And I always thought that was the coolest thing, by the way, that Sony did, where they actually had the devs play the game. That was awesome. I feel like that was something that even now you can't top that. It doesn't get any better than that. We're close though. I mean, when you think about like the state of plays that Sony does, where like they're probably going to do a state of play for Wolverine at some point, having like a 15 to 20 minute state of play where the devs are walking through everything, I do like that too. I like that too. And that's the next best thing. But there's just something so special about, you know, you think about like Corey Barlog sitting there with the face cam and he's playing the demo live in front of like hundreds of people and people are cheering. I'm like, that's so cool. That was so cool. I think we didn't realize back then that this is a limited time thing. This is a time and place thing, you know? Because where we are now makes sense. MBG, I can't post a video link in the general discussion post of your Discord because it says I can't post links or other appropriate channel. So, Mateto, there is, if you look at my Discord, there is a links section. It should allow you to post it there. Worst case scenario, just message me and send it through there. It should let you send it. Let me know if it continues to give you problems. You think because E3 was a live event that people remember it so much and the cheering of the crowd? Yeah, I mean, E3 wasn't perfect. It was far from perfect. And I do think that even when we talk about PlayStation E3 and, you know, their events, 2017 was pretty good, but I remember like 2018 and 2019 people were a little bit like, especially, or no, they weren't even there for 2019. It was E3 2018. I remember they did E3 2018 and they did PlayStation Experience 2018. And I remember PlayStation Experience in particular, people were like, dude, this sucks. And it was because Sony didn't have enough to show. They were basically just talking. You know, they just had Mark Cerny and Sean Layden. And looking back on it, it's like, yeah, it would be cool to hear more of that now. I suppose, you know, hear from the developers giving interviews and stuff. But thank you, Mateto. Let me go check on this. Um, let me see here. Okay. All right. Hold on. I'm gonna watch this real quick. Oh, hold on. Mateo, do you mind if I play this? Like for people to hear it? I mean, I'm assuming you're okay with it because you know it's in the Discord. Mateto's he's trying to clarify things a little bit here. Because he's been dropping super chats, you know, and we've I'm sure we've all you're all aware of like we're trying to figure out what's going on here. So let me all right, hold on one sec. Oh, this is okay. I will let you know, man. It's a 12-minute video. Okay, I don't know if I'm gonna watch the whole thing, but I'll watch a minute or two. Let me see.
I'm sorry for my English or my vocabulary or speaking. As
That's
I
okay,
said
Mateo.
several times, I'm from Argentina, so my native language is Spanish. I've learned English a lot in high school, so that's why I know a lot about it. But it's not my main language, and it's not something I do every day. Speak it basically. So what I want to do in this video is demonstrate what I do and what I don't do to be able to throw those super chats. Why I do this, why I'm taking my time to make this video. I'm taking this time of my life to make this video, just because I don't want you to feel I'm stealing you or that I'm being a scammer, because being a scammer is illegal. I don't know if it's illegal, but it's sort of, I don't know the word in English, sorry, but
We frown upon it. we frown upon it, don't we? Well, hey, Mateo, bro. No, I appreciate this though, man. I do. So I'm not gonna. Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't label you a scammer. Certainly not. I'll. So here's what I'll do. I'll put this video. I'll save it for later. And I want to sit down and watch it. But I do appreciate that, man. Because like it's like I was saying to you, like I don't want to assume that people are doing that type of stuff. Instead, I want to assume the opposite, especially because the thing is, the messages you were giving me, I'm like, you're just genuinely trying to have conversation, you know, about or discourse about the topics that we're discussing. And it's not your fault, you know, it's just off-putting the way YouTube does it, where it's like it gives these massive red messages and they stay there for a long time, which I don't really mind that much, you know. And so I really appreciate you taking time to do this, man, because you definitely didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that. And like I said, I'll be sure to watch the entirety of this video later. And all is well, man. All is well. This, in my opinion, this totally clears it. Like who would go out of their way to make a video like this explaining this? You know, you definitely didn't have to do that. So I appreciate it, bro. Mateo's like, I gotta clear my name. He's like, I gotta clear my name. Yeah, and good English too, by the way. Yeah. Mr. B, you're saying you pre-ordered Saros Deluxe because you have the 28th off work. Can't wait. Reviews out this Friday. Yes, that's true. That's true. I forgot that the reviews for Saros are coming out like a week before the game actually launches. Prince, no way, bro. Is he a Russian bot? It was AI. The whole thing was AI. The voice, the video. Dude, if that's the case, it's fine. It's fine. All is well. Well, the only reason I don't want to do it at this moment is because I want to make sure we stay on track here, stay on topic, and talk about these topics, because we have to talk about Marathon. Marathon is apparently charting. You know, we have to talk about this Project Helix $3,000 situation. We will talk a little bit more about the Gamepass situation as well, because I know a lot of people were asking me about that. And you know, they weren't able, you know, there was a stream yesterday, but it's not up anymore. So we will cover that here as well later on too. And we have other random topics we're going to be discussing as well. So guys, as we continue on here, make sure you hit that like button. We're sitting at 75 likes. Thank you for that. Let's see if we can get that up to 100 likes. But I do want to talk about Marathon, okay? It says here, Circana Executive Director and video game industry analyst Matt Piscatella has reported the U.S. sales charts for the month of March 2026, and perhaps unsurprisingly, MLB The Show 26 appears at the top of the charts, helping to drive a 12% spending growth compared to March 2025, alongside Crimson Desert and Pokemon Pocopia. While Matt Piscatella cites Crimson Desert as one of the main spending growth drivers, when looking at the full top 20 list of best-selling games by dollar sales, including both physical and digital sales, the new open world from Pearl Abyss failed to make the top 10. Which doesn't make any sense to me. It landed in at the number 15 spot, beating out Death Stranding 2 on the Beach, which jumped from 165th place the previous month into 16th place, thanks to its arrival on PC. So a massive jump there for Death Stranding. The games that did make the top 10, however, include Pokemon Pocopia, which landed in 5th place on the charts, and just ahead of it was Bungie's new extraction shooter Marathon, landing in 4th place. 2nd place Resident Evil Requiem is 2nd place. WWE 2K26 is 3rd place, and MLB The Show number 1. Going beyond that, though, it says here, it's worth remembering that these charts are based off of dollar sales, not units sold. Matt Piscatella notes that Crimson Desert, MLB The Show 26, and Pokemon Pocopia led all titles in total projected full game spending, but at least for Crimson Desert, its U.S. dollar sales were not enough to get it a place in the top 10. It makes Marathon's inclusion in 4th place all the more impressive, considering that Marathon is a $40 US game at its regular price, while Crimson Desert retails for $70 US at full price. As for how the monthly charts shook up the list of best-selling games in the U.S. for 2026 so far, MLB The Show, WWE 2K26, Marathon, Pokemon Pocopia, and Monster Hunter Stories 3 Twisted Reflection all made the cut to join the top 20 best-selling titles in the U.S. so far. Crimson Desert, however, did not. I'm so confused about Crimson Desert right now. Didn't it sell like 5 or 6 million copies? What is going on? How is this even possible? Josh Z, a member for 72 months, says the E3 FF7 remake reveal trailer still gives me goosebumps because it was presented like a movie trailer, and then remake flashed and people exploded. I actually remember watching that. Now, I wasn't really into it at that time, you know, and I didn't care for it too much, but I actually remember that too, man. I think that was E3 2015, right? Where, like, dude, people were losing it. They were absolutely, like, falling out of their seats and screaming. And I just remember thinking to myself, like, cool. Yeah, that's cool, man. You know what else I remember too, Josh? I remember how FF7 Remake, I think, almost turned out bad, didn't it? Where, like, the original developer that they had working on it, like, didn't do a good job. And so Square Enix was like, we're not letting you do this anymore. We're going to take care of it ourselves now. Maybe I am misremembering that. But that did happen, right? Yeah, that was really strange to see. Because normally when you see stuff like that, the assumption is, oh, no. Like, this thing's going to be a dumpster fire when you see development problems rise up like that, but they nailed it. I need a cup of coffee. I got my coffee here. Why? Do I not seem energetic enough? I'm sorry. Matt Piscatella said that Marathon is not off to a bad start, but will need to put in the work to grow. No, I wasn't losing it at that time. Certainly not. MBG, you have to realize that the US is not really indicative of how people play in other regions. That's true. Oh, yeah. You know what? You're right. You're right. My bad. Sometimes I forget that when I'm going over the NPD report, that it's specifically for the US. So what that tells me is that the majority of Crimson Desert sales came from other territories. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me of that. I don't know why. You would think I would keep that in mind. Oh, the article actually touches on this. So it continues. It says so getting back to the Circana data, it says MLB went the highest, now ranked as the second best-selling game in the U.S. for the year so far, with Resident Evil Requiem still in the lead. WWE 2K26 lands just behind MLB in third, while Marathon lands in sixth place for the best-selling games on the year in the U.S. so far. Procopia just missed the top 10 by landing in 12th place, and Monster Hunter Stories 3 landed at 15th. Says if you're wondering how it's possible that Crimson Desert misses the top 10 best-selling games for the month by dollar sales and entirely misses the best-selling games list of 2026, while it has at least 5 million copies sold, and Marathon, which made both lists, only has an estimated 1.2 million copies sold, the answer likely lies in the fact that these are US-only numbers. Though we don't have the official sales numbers for Marathon, from what we've seen reported on its sales and reports on Crimson Desert's, it's likely that Crimson Desert is just more of a global success, while most of Marathon's audience is concentrated in a few regions, with the US being included. This is further exemplified when looking at individual platform charts, where Marathon ranks on the March 2026 sales charts for PlayStation, Xbox, and PC, while Crimson Desert appeared only on the chart for best-selling PlayStation games, and it was below Marathon. Moving to hardware, it was the Nintendo Switch 2 month all the way, with the Switch 2 finishing as the best-selling piece of hardware for the month and driving 69% spending growth in terms of hardware spending compared to March 2025. The PS5 was the second best-selling console for the month, with PS5 spending going up 3% compared to March 2025. As we get closer to the Switch 2's one-year anniversary, when checking in on its first 10 months on shelves compared to the Switch 1 in the US, Matt Piscatella reports that unit sales of the Switch 2 are 12% higher than Switch 1 over the same time period. Overall, March was clearly a strong month for the US video game industry in terms of how much people were spending, with everything from software, hardware, and accessory spending all increasing compared to March 25. It'll be interesting to see how much longer Resident Evil Requiem can hold its top spot for the best-selling game of the year in the US so far, and if Capcom will go 2 consecutive years with one of its games at least in the top 5 after Monster Hunter Wilds finished last year. So, yeah, man, when we look at this, we have to question whether or not Marathon is as big of a success as it seems based on the data. And I think the answer is not necessarily. I think Marathon is still in the same place that it was in pretty much this entire time, which is it's not doing amazing. It's not some big hit title. It's not blowing people away, but it's also not some colossal failure and something that's completely, in the dumpster where, people are looking at it and questioning why Sony even released it. It's somewhere right in the middle. And well, actually, I would say at this point, it's maybe not necessarily directly in the middle. It's leaning a little bit more towards not that great. We talked about how Marathon, no matter what, did not make Sony the money that they were hoping to receive, right? We do have to always keep in mind that Sony paid $3.6 billion for Bungie. They overpaid massively. And the only reason they seemingly did that was because they thought, Bungie would be way more impactful on their wider live service success. You look at the state of Destiny 2, you look at the state of Marathon, and I think Marathon has potential because it's still relatively fresh. They can make changes. They can do things to try to bring players on. But I think the reality of the situation is Marathon, it peaked already. and Sony made the most amount of money that they're going to make from Marathon in the last month. Could I be wrong about that? Could they bring something out of nowhere that just completely changes it up where it goes free to play? They add a bunch of different game modes, and they really just make an extremely aggressive push to just get this game out there and really try to bring on more players. Sure, they could do that, and maybe they will do that at some point. But as it stands right now, assuming they're not doing that anytime soon, yeah, I think it's just an okay title, and it's doing an okay job for Sony. On the flip side of that, though, it is interesting when you look at these charts. MLB The Show, #1. I mean, even though we're just looking at U.S. Data here, MLB The Show beating out WWE 2K, beating out Pokemon, beating out Black Ops 7. I mean, it's interesting to think that even though Sony has failed in a somewhat spectacular fashion in the live service area, they still do a good job with the established live service games they already have, like MLB The Show. I mean, MLB The Show is probably their biggest live service game. You know, I'd say even more so than probably Helldivers, in the sense that MLB The Show has been so consistent year after year after year. It's an annual sports title. So it just goes to show that even though Sony's bigger attempt to try to really break through in a bigger way in the live service area, when they come out and they say like 40% of our revenue comes from our live service games, it's games like MLB The Show and, you know, Marathon helping to contribute to that number. Am I going to give you a recap of yesterday's news? I was enjoying listening to the discussion. Yeah, we'll talk about that. I'm assuming you're talking about the Game Pass price change and Call of Duty being removed. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Yeah. MLB The Show #1 without even counting the Xbox digital sales. Oh yeah, you're right. MLB The Show. Sometimes I forget that MLB The Show launches on Xbox day and date. Right? Right? Am I wrong about that? I'm pretty sure it went, because it's the MLB, they're like, yeah, this is going to be full multi-platform. I'm going to run down this list, though. This is the list of the top 20 best-selling games of 2026. I don't know why I said it like that. Top 20 best-selling games of 2026 year-to-date in the U.S. Physical and full game digital from Nintendo eShop, PlayStation, Xbox, and PC platforms for publishers, ranked on dollar sales. So #1, Resident Evil Requiem. Man, Capcom is Wait, am I wrong? You're telling. Hold on. Before I continue, you're saying MLB doesn't launch on Xbox? I thought it did. Does MLB The Show launch on Xbox? Yes, MLB The Show launches on Xbox with MLB The Show 26, Series X and S. No Game Pass, though. They used to do Game Pass. No Game Pass now. $70 on the Xbox platform. Wait, it's even on is it on the Switch too? Not yet. No. So MLB The Show 26 does not have a dedicated native launch version for the Switch 2. Oh, but the game released on March 17th, 2026 for the original Switch. Oh, so they had a Switch 1 port, but not a Switch 2. Okay. Interesting. I'm assuming next year's game will have a native Switch 2 and Switch 1 port. Well, I mean, hey, Sony, keep going in that direction with MLB. MLB can carry the load here for their live service ambitions. You don't know a single person here in the UK that plays MLB The Show? I mean, it does make sense. It's baseball. It's Major League Baseball, you know. It's an American. I mean, baseball I think it's gone international, you know, but it originates in America, and I think it's by far, you know, most popular in America. So, it makes sense when we're looking over the US charts here. It's big in Japan, mainly FIFA in the UK. It's based on cricket. Isn't there a cricket game? I've never played MLB even for free. I've never played MLB The Show, and I never will. I've never been into baseball like that. My dad was really into baseball. I played a little bit of baseball growing up for some teams. Um, you know, like minor league stuff. Never really I struggled with it. I wasn't very good. I also liked confidence, but I just didn't like it very much. Always liked throwing the baseball around though. Feels good. Yeah, I'll have some stories for you guys in the future. Remind me next members lounge or next time we're at the very end of a stream and I'm just talking about whatever. Remind me to tell you some stories about when I played a couple years of baseball. Interesting stuff. Let me tell you. That's true. MLB The Show is a big moneymaker for Sony. Absolutely. Again, I think it's their biggest live service game. But we look at the top 20 best-selling games of the year in the US so far. Resident Evil Requiem, MLB The Show 26, WWE 2K26, NBA 2K26, Call of Duty Black Ops 7, Marathon, Minecraft, EA Sports FC 26, Battlefield 6, Madden 26. That's the top 10. Going into the 11 to 20 here, GTA 5, Pokemon Pocopia, Red Dead Redemption 2, Helldivers 2, Monster Hunter Stories 3, Twisted Reflection, Ghost of Yotei, Forza Horizon 5, Pokemon Legends ZA, Elden Ring, and Split Fiction. So we have 1, 2, 3. We have 4 Sony published games here on the top 20 for the year so far in the US. Not bad. It's really interesting to think that when you look at a list like this, man, you kind of start to it becomes hard to argue against Sony. It's like, what are you doing, Sony? And I'm kind of making fun of myself here a little bit because this is me saying this. Like, what are you doing with the live service, Sony? You need to give it up. Stop it. You need to just go back to all single player. Meanwhile, you look at the top 10, and they're not best selling. I need to clarify. These are not best selling games. These are the games that made the most money. So obviously sales are a big part of that, but it's just, you know, they're counting it by dollars made. And so just looking at it from a pure, okay, how many video games are in the top 20 for Sony? 4 Sony video games. 3 of them are live service. 1 of them is single player. So kind of crazy to think that for 2026, you know, we're almost 5 months into 2026 in the US, Sony's biggest market. 3 live service games made them the bulk of their money for first party this year. Ghost of Yotei sitting at 16th place. Still making them some money, of course, but kind of, you know, when you look at it through that lens, you start to realize that, you know, it is kind of working for Sony, isn't it? Not necessarily the you know, in the way that they wanted it to, and I don't necessarily think this justifies all of their mistakes, but it's like it does kind of explain why they're still not fully giving up on pursuing some more live service games, because you kind of can't argue with the numbers. You know what I mean? Can't argue with the numbers here. Although the argument could be made that if there were more single player games released by Sony, they would be on this list, right? So, it's not on this list. God of War Sons of Sparta. I don't think it failed, but it's not on here. But yeah, just going back to Marathon before we move on to the next topic here. There's been a lot of discourse, a lot of toxicity, unfortunately, around Marathon. And I understand to a degree. I'm still playing it. I'm going to continue to just try to grind to get the level 100 just to get the platinum. I think Marathon... Here's my assessment of Marathon so far, right? Or maybe not my assessment, but like kind of where I have landed right now. I think if Bungie wanted to do more with Marathon, they absolutely could, and it could work. I think right now, the worst thing that's holding Marathon back is the fact that it's an extraction shooter. And that's not to say it's a bad extraction shooter. It's not. It's just, I think that it's unfortunate that there's already an extraction shooter that released months before it that it took everything from it. Let's just face it. Really, it's the characters that put you off. Interesting. I actually have no problems with the characters. They don't particularly appeal to me, but I'm like almost completely indifferent to them. I did notice the running animation in Marathon is a little bit funny. I did notice that recently when I'm watching my teammate sprint. I'm like, why does that look like that? It looks kind of silly. But I think what they could do to try to really expand Marathon is go beyond being an extraction shooter. I don't know if they'll be able to do that. Maybe it makes no sense to do that. Maybe it fundamentally breaks too many aspects of the game. But I just wonder if they were to try to lean into more traditional multiplayer type. Like the shooting and the PvP and the mechanic, like the actual shooting mechanics themselves, they feel great. If they wanted to start adding things like deathmatch, team deathmatch, like a kind of search and destroy type mode, a one life mode, stuff like that. That's not so, just again, expand beyond the extraction shooter. If they are serious about trying to grow this game, I think they're going to have no choice but to do that, because as an extraction shooter, I think they've already lost too many people, not only to something like Arc Raiders, but even just people who maybe did give it a try and realized, you know what, I'm not into extraction shooters. It's either that or just continue down this road of this is an extraction shooter. We're going to keep doing content updates for it, and that's it. We're going to add maps. We're going to add weapons and new loot and stuff like that, and that's fine. I guess that could work, but I'm feeling like that's much less likely to work compared to just trying to have a more broad appeal approach. But, they do risk. I think the risk associated with that is, you start adding a bunch of new game modes. There's already a limited player pool, and, people are people going to even be able to find matches, So it kind of hinges on if you're going to go in that direction. You only want to do so if you're sure you can bring more people on. Dude, why does that matter, really? It's a really good game. Why are we judging a game based on how much some company paid for it? Well, no, I'm definitely a believer in a good game's a good game's a good game, and I do think that Marathon is a good game. I don't think it's bad. I think it's a tough game to get into. Like, the onboarding is kind of rough. Maybe that's just the nature of it being an extraction shooter. I think the reason why people are paying attention so closely to Marathon, and how it's doing, not just sales, but player counts, daily player counts, is it a sinking ship? It's because people are well aware of what happens to big live service games, specifically shooters, apparently, when they flop. We saw it with High Guard. We saw it with Concord. And there's really nothing here to say that the same thing can't happen to Marathon. So the reason why people are so focused on the player counts is because if the player counts plummet far enough, fast enough, people naturally have this feeling that Sony's going to pull the plug, or that's it. Based off of everything we're seeing now, though, I don't think Sony's going to pull the plug, nor is Bungie. But I still do feel like right now, I know Bungie said they're in it for the long haul, and I do believe them, but we don't really know what that looks like. So it's really difficult to assess if anything they do is going to actually matter or not, not to be too brutal about it, but I think that's what it comes down to. Like, is it going to make any difference? There's also the risk of any changes they make, new content updates, new, balancing tweaks. They are always at risk of upsetting the players they do have. So it's in an interesting spot right now, and it's difficult to say which way it's going to end up leaning towards more. Although I do think a lot of people look at the PC player counts and they think, it's probably going to just slowly fade out and burn out, and it could, and I wouldn't be shocked by that. But final thing I'll say before we move on is I firmly believe that the future for Bungie is Destiny 3. I think that if they have any hope of getting back to their glory days, and if Sony has any hope as a company who bought them for $3.6 billion of making any of that money back in the long run, I think something like Destiny 3 is what's going to have to do it. But we are going to move on to the next set of topics here. We have like a two-parter regarding some Xbox stuff going on. We're going to be talking a little bit about Gamepass and how Call of Duty has basically not been removed, but going forward, starting this year with Modern Warfare 4 and every game after, they're not going to be launching Call of Duty day one into Game Pass. But they did lower the price of Game Pass. So we're going to talk about that. We did talk about it yesterday for a while, but like I said, that stream isn't up anymore. And I was getting I was just like getting all ranty about something that actually didn't really have to do with the actual topic at hand. I know it can be cathartic for me and some others as well, but we actually do want to discuss this more in depth, like what it really means and what we can expect going forward, perhaps. But we also have another topic about Project Helix and how one hardware leaker is saying Project Helix could be worth like $3,000 or could be the equivalent of like a $3,000 gaming PC. Not to say that you will spend $3,000 on it, but that you'll spend like $1,200 on it, but it'll actually be worth $3,000. Not sure I agree with that, but we'll talk about that as well. All right, so guys, before we dive into it here, make sure you're continuing to hit that like button. We're almost at 100 likes, and like I said, if you want to support the channel, we're sitting at 5 members, so we got some. We'll see if we can continue to add to that, and I still haven't seen any direct donations coming in. I'm assuming that's because nobody has donated directly. That's my assumption. I just want to make sure because I still can't tell if it's working correctly or not. But we'll find out eventually, I suppose. All right, so let's talk about the situation with Game Pass. So this was announced yesterday by Microsoft. They say Xbox Game Pass Ultimate price update starting today. Oh, hold on. Let me walk that back for 1 second. We have a super chat from YME, a $2 chat. He says, so did Battlefield 6 sell better than Call of Duty? The list is being weird. Hold on. Let me go double check that before we continue on here. Well, Battlefield 6 did outsell Black Ops 7 in 2025. I'm pretty sure. In 2026, Black Ops 7 has actually outsold Battlefield 6 so far. Battlefield 6 is the 9th best-selling game in terms of money made. That makes it tough. Like, do they count microtransactions? Well, just to clarify this, Battlefield outsold Call of Duty for the first time ever last year. Black Ops 7 drops to 5th place. So Battlefield 6 was the best-selling game of 2025, I believe. And Black Ops 7 was at number 5. But that was for 25. For 26, Call of Duty's actually ahead. So go figure. But hopefully that clarifies that. All right. So over on the... Oh, hold on. There we go. It is working. Titus dropped a $5 direct donation, and he says, let me try to send a direct donation. Where are the cats? I'm only tuning in for them. He's laughing, saying he's just kidding. Sure, you're just kidding, Titus. I see how it is. Now, you know what? That's totally okay. Where are the cats? That's a good question. I don't know. I guess they're sleeping somewhere else. But it did work. Okay, Titus, thank you for that, man. I really appreciate the $5 direct donation. So, okay, I can still receive direct donations. I'll still get notified of them, and I will still see them. But because I'm more limited in... I'll put it this way. Direct donations offer a lot more freedom in what people can do. They can make their name whatever they want to make it. They can type almost whatever they want to type. So the filter's not nearly as strong as the one that YouTube automatically implements for super chats. So because of that, I'm going to be the filter. So I want to continue to encourage people, donate directly, you know. I obviously, because of what happened yesterday, if I get any messages that I deem inappropriate or uncalled for or just totally messed up, I will not be reading those, and you will not see them pop up on screen either. So hopefully you guys understand that. So if you do drop a direct donation, they're not going to pop up on screen, but that's just the precaution I'm taking now after what happened yesterday. So, all right. Not that big of a change overall. All right. But I just had to make sure it was working. All right. Thank you, Titus. Very much appreciated. Over on the Xbox Wire, they say starting today, Game Pass Ultimate drops from $30 to $23 a month. PC Game Pass will also drop from $16.50 a month to $14 a month. Prices may vary by region. Beginning this year, future Call of Duty titles will not join Game Pass Ultimate or PC Game Pass at launch. New Call of Duty games will be added to Game Pass Ultimate and PC Game Pass during the following holiday season, about 1 year later, while existing Call of Duty titles already in the library will continue to be available. Xbox Game Pass Ultimate subscribers will continue to have access to hundreds of games on Xbox console and PC, including current Call of Duty titles, in-game benefits, online console multiplayer, unlimited Xbox cloud gaming, and major day one releases. You can find more details on Game Pass Ultimate, Game Pass Premium, Game Pass Essential, and PC Game Pass plans. And then they link to, a place where you can get all those details. Our players cover a wide breadth of geographies, preferences, and tastes. So while there isn't a single model that's best for everyone, this change responds to a lot of feedback we've gotten so far. We'll continue to listen and learn. Thank you for being a part of the Xbox community. And there's a little bit of a follow-up here that I wasn't able to cover yesterday that you guys might be interested in. I don't know how you guys feel about Jez Corden as a leaker. And there's actually something that came out 28 minutes ago. So Jez Corden is reporting that based off of his sources at Microsoft, let me see if I can find it. Quote, Microsoft sources tell me that a pick your own plan formula for Game Pass is on the cards. So it's something apparently internally that Microsoft is considering. Insider Gaming says Xbox and Discord may explore Game Pass bundles with Discord Nitro. Insider Gaming just posted this 30 minutes ago, I believe. Xbox CEO has stated that they have something new in the works with Discord to make Game Pass more flexible. Talking about Game Pass, a report from earlier today reveals that their long-term plan is to make the service more flexible with a pick-your-own-plan formula under consideration. Now, in their effort to bring more flexibility, a collaboration with Discord is in the works with more details coming soon. A new post by Xbox CEO Asha Sharma on X announced the new collaboration with Discord. The post states that the two teams will partner again as they continue to make Game Pass more flexible. The post added that some players, quote, might start to see some code in the wild, end quote, with more details about this arriving soon. Players are already speculating that Discord Nitro could be bundled with Xbox Game Pass in the future. The idea of new bundled services is not far-fetched, as Xbox is already testing tiers internally with varying offerings. A Triton tier is in the works that could provide access to only first-party games on Game Pass. Another one called Duet, is also in the works and could offer a bundled subscription with Netflix. Discord could have a similar collab where players could get Nitro with Game Pass Ultimate or vice versa. However, that part has yet to be confirmed. In other news, Xbox CEO Asha Sharma has stated that the idea of an Xbox mobile store is not yet dead. Additionally, the last collaboration brought the ability to view Discord streams directly from consoles. And so, yeah, man, we have something that was a couple, like some of the half the stuff we're talking about here is official and already announced. Half of it is apparently in the works. Prince, you're saying drop the link for gifting memberships too. You're feeling generous. Believe it or not, I don't think there's a link for me to give you to gift memberships. The only way you're able to gift memberships, Prince, is I don't know if you're watching on your you're on iPhone. Yeah, unfortunately, the only way you'd be able to gift memberships is well, if you're on iPhone, you can download Google Chrome and do it on the YouTube desktop website through Google Chrome. I don't know how generous you're feeling, Prince G. I'm not going to ask you to do that because I know it's kind of annoying. Alternatively, if you have a desktop, they'll let you do it there. But unfortunately, I cannot provide a link to directly gift memberships. You would think they would offer something like that. I can offer a link for somebody to become a member, but not to actually gift memberships. So Prince, if you want to gift, if you end up gifting, thank you. Even if you can't, though, I appreciate the thought. But yes, Microsoft is going, I don't know. They're shaking things up significantly with Game Pass. And I guess this makes sense, right? We know that Phil Spencer retired. One of the things that I didn't put together yesterday that you guys did that made me rethink my opinion of this news was everybody was talking about the price drop. So Game Pass Ultimate is now $7 cheaper. It's $23 a month compared to what it was at $30 a month. And I was sitting there thinking to myself, yeah, but when they announced Call of Duty Black Ops 6 was going to go day one into Game Pass alongside everything else back in 2024, it was $20. So my logic there was, wait, they removed Call of Duty, which is like one of the biggest reasons they were trying to push Game Pass, one of the biggest allures as to why you would cheer on the ABK acquisition, right? Because this will be good for Game Pass. They took that out, but Game Pass is still $3 more expensive than it was back when Black Ops 6 was added day one, right? At $23. However, people did inform me, and this doesn't make it 100% okay in my opinion, but it does make it better because I'm like, okay, that kind of does add up. Is people were saying like, if you add up the amount of money a Game Pass subscriber would save by being subscribed for 12 months, right? For a year, they save about $84. 7 times 12 gives them about $84. And that is basically just enough to buy a full price copy of Call of Duty and the Battle Pass. And I'm like, huh. So it really does seem to me that when you do that math, that's basically what it boils down to, is they wanted to just remove Call of Duty and make it so that if you want to buy Call of Duty, or sorry, if you want to partake in Call of Duty at all on Xbox, you are going to have to buy the game. But that shouldn't be a problem for anybody who is already subscribed to Game Pass. But I do still think my point stands. You know, people have pointed out to me, yeah, they point out that there's Ubisoft Plus, there's Fortnite Crew. I will say, when I was looking over some of the feedback that Asha Sharma was getting, quite a few people were asking, like, can you do a bundle where you, not even a bundle, but can you do a tier where you don't get Ubisoft Plus, where you don't get Fortnite Crew? Because that's the thing, is if it's, okay, we're taking this out, we're lowering the price because we don't even know if you want this. We don't even know if you asked for this, right? I feel like that would have to eventually extend to other things. So that's why I think if it's true they're doing a first party only tier, that's fascinating to me. Where that could be a smart decision. Because I still feel like in my mind, them removing Call of Duty from Game Pass completely and entirely, where there's no way to access Call of Duty through Game Pass, it feels strange to see that, because it's like, but I thought this was the whole reason you bought them, you know? And so where it leaves us when we're kind of evaluating this is we have to ask a question. And that question is pretty simple. Has Microsoft given up on Game Pass? Have they given up trying to make Game Pass the go-to place where it's more important than the console, it's more important than game sales? Game Pass is number one. It's their number one prerogative. Have they given up on that? Based off of this new information we're getting, that they're actually planning a lot more tiers, like a pick your own plan type thing, that may indicate that no, they haven't given up yet. They're just planning on doing it very differently. However, prior to getting those rumors, just looking at Call of Duty being removed in isolation, I don't see that as fully giving up as much as it is conceding to a certain reality that we've talked about extensively, which is, yeah, game sales are pretty important. No matter which way you slice it, you don't necessarily have to care about selling your console. And you can still continue to try to prioritize Game Pass to usher in the Netflix of gaming era, right? But where we are right now, you're one of the biggest publishers in the world for video games, and Call of Duty's massive. Game sales are still very important. And I think maybe Black Ops 7 selling so softly compared to other Call of Duties maybe scared them and rattled their cage a bit. Shadowlink, you're saying, MBG, the math still doesn't math for Call of Duty because taxes, but you still had all those things at $20. If they're just going to argue this point, add then remove to justify the $4 more. Well, you know what I think it's indicative of, Shadowlink? Like, the more I kind of sat back and thought about it, I'm like, it is, I think what it's going to be filed under is, okay, so Game Pass is $3 more without Call of Duty. But then again, the price of everything is going up. And to be fair, it's like, yeah, I still agree. I still lean in that direction where I'm like, I think the best version of Game Pass was the $20 version where you got Call of Duty and everything else. To me, that was, and I mean, that's from the outside looking in. I don't really care about Game Pass, but Prince G with a $2 super chat, you're saying, I sub to premium at $120 yearly. Best deal in town. A lot of people who are subscribed to PlayStation Plus Premium like it, and they feel as though it is worth it. I've seen even more praise for PlayStation Plus Extra. But I do wonder, I mean, you have to imagine if Microsoft's getting ready to shake up Game Pass in a really significant way in preparation for Project Helix and the next generation, I think it's safe to say Sony probably has a couple changes in mind as well. Um, how different they will be compared to what Microsoft is doing or planning remains to be seen. Prince, you're saying you want to donate subs. Well, I mean, yeah, I want you to too, man. You know, we're slow going today, so I'm not gonna say I don't want you to, but I don't know why, man. I don't know what it is about YouTube on an iPhone. It's weird because like some people's YouTube channels, from what I can tell, like they are able to get gifted memberships through iPhone or through iOS, but my channel can't. So I don't know what's up with that. I don't know if it's just like a really, really slow rollout. That's eventually it's going to be for everybody, but it's a thought that counts, right? I do appreciate it. PlayStation doesn't have enough games to feed a service like Game Pass. That's true, but it's also just the fact that if you're Sony, like if we look at Wolverine, for example, Wolverine is probably going to sell anywhere between 7 to 10 million copies, maybe more, lifetime. Why risk that at all when you don't need to? And that's the thing. Sony was always against the Game Pass model simply because the Game Pass model that Microsoft chose to embrace was necessary, or at least they felt it was necessary because they couldn't sell consoles. Their consoles were struggling sales-wise. Therefore, their games were struggling as exclusives. You know, the less consoles you sell, the less games you're likely to sell as well. And so it is one of these things where when you look on the opposite side, PlayStation, you having trouble selling consoles? Not at all. They're doing great. You having trouble selling games? Nope. Then what's the point? What's the point, right? So not only is it just we probably don't have enough content, genuinely speaking, like to have something like every month to feed something like PlayStation Plus Extra if we wanted to follow the Game Pass model. But it would also just kill our business. You know, it would just tank our entire model. Why would they do that? I've always tried to inform people, you know, that for as pro-consumer as something like Game Pass has seemed for so long, you know, especially in the early days, and even where we are, I guess now with them trying to change things, I've always tried to inform people, like, make no mistake, they had to do that. You know, Game Pass only exists because the Xbox One failed to sell. And games like Halo 5 and Quantum Break and Recore and all that stuff failed to sell. Yes, Shadowlink, your dono did go through. Sorry about that. That's the one thing I do have to try to figure out is how I can get an audible notification on my end. Shadowlink with a $5 direct donation. Appreciate that, buddy. He says, also, to be on the other side of things, when PlayStation Plus went up, I didn't like that, but still paid regardless to get the perks plus online, so I understand. Yeah, and that's the thing, man. When we look around at the price increases, generally speaking, I don't think anybody likes it. I mean, that'd be kind of strange, right? To see somebody be like, I'm glad to pay more. And like, I don't think anybody really feels that way. But it is also one of these things where we continue to see what is the tolerance threshold. The question I think I have for both Sony and Microsoft here, because I'm in the same boat as you, Shadowlink. Like, I still am subscribed to PlayStation Plus. You know, I'm playing Marathon, a multiplayer game. You know, I redeem my games that I get from PlayStation Plus Essential every month. Don't really play most of them, truthfully. Like, I barely ever play any of these games. But it feels kind of good to, you know, to add them through. Or add them to, I mean, my my catalog, right? Of like, oh, here are all the games I have. As long as I'm subscribed to PlayStation Plus, I can play any of these. So it does feel kind of nice to build a library there, but yeah, it's like I'm paying what, like $80 a year, and let's face it, I'm basically doing it so I can have access to multiplayer. So I guess sometimes I do just look at that PlayStation Plus library. I'm like, this is worth it, right? Maybe. I'll tell you what, if I ever go all digital, might feel a lot more worth it to me. But yeah, man, the question I was going to say is, here's a question I have for both Sony and Microsoft. And it is, Sony, how many PlayStation Plus subscribers do you have now? Because at one point they stopped reporting numbers, and it seemed very obvious that they stopped reporting numbers because it's like, ooh, I think you're starting to lose subs. You peaked. Now you're starting to lose subs. Same question for Microsoft, where it's like, Microsoft, how many Game Pass Ultimate subscribers did you lose when you increased the price to $30 a month? Call of Duty or not, you had to be feeling that. And so maybe this is a direct response to that. And Titus with a €5 super chat says, to Prince G, can you send a direct donation equal to the amount of the subs you want to gift, and MBG will buy them on his end? Let me check. It should let me. Yeah, I have the ability. I had to check because sometimes it glitches on my end. But no, I have. I have membership. I can membership gift. So Prince G, I guess I'll leave it up to you, man. No, you can't do that, Prince G. I could do that. If you want to do that, let me know. You don't have to. But that, I guess that is technically an alternative, right? You could you'll let Titus match it. He's putting Titus up too. He's like, Titus, now he's coming for your pockets, Titus. Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, if you want to do 5 gifts or 10 gifts, whatever the monetary equivalent to that is, I'll drop the gifts myself and I'll add it to the count. But no pressure, Prince G. That's a good idea, though. I didn't think of that, Titus. That's actually not a bad idea. It's a nice little workaround through the iOS situation. Maybe Prince was lying. Prince was like, yeah, you know, I want a gift, MBG. I'd love to drop some gifts, but I'm on this iOS. I can't do it. I'm on the iOS. Titus comes, he's like, I have a solution to that. Prince is like, Do I think Sony will change the prices to a PlayStation Plus? I mean, it's so difficult to determine because every time Sony talks about PlayStation Plus, it's like they don't ever seem to indicate that things are going badly with PlayStation Plus. The only time I got a whiff of like something going wrong, Sony, is when they decided like, we're not sharing PlayStation Plus subscriber numbers anymore. And, you know, there's only one reason they would do that, because they're starting to lose subs. But we do have to remember that Sony peaked. I think they peaked at like, what, 40, was it 42 or 45 million PlayStation Plus subs? Something really significant where it's like, that's pretty massive, dude. They were in the lead. But then I think it peaked in like 2020 and 2021, mainly due to like the pandemic. And then every year it just started kind of dropping more and more. But then they added Extra and Premium. And every time they talk about it, they're like, yeah, we have more people than ever before coming to PlayStation Plus Extra, coming to Premium. So I don't know, man. If it's going well for them, I'm going to say they're probably not going to, change much. And we have Sir Digital Dude with a milestone chat. Member for 21 months. Thank you for that, man. He says, what's up, MBG? How's your day going? Well, what's going on, Digital Dude? It's going well, actually. I appreciate you asking. Better than I expected. The only bad thing about today, I would say, is I woke up with like a kink in my neck or something. I've been having this problem with, I've had it for years. I don't know what it is. It feels almost like a pinched nerve or something. Maybe I just slept weird, but it's getting better throughout the day. So other than that, I'd say things are going pretty well. Digital Dude, I hope your day is going well too, man. Every day's a great day when you're a PlayStation fan. Isn't that right? Now that I've said that, Sony's going to announce a massive price increase to PlayStation Plus in the next hour. Oh, you thought today was going to be a great day, MBG? You think, if anything, PlayStation Plus will go up? I mean, I think Sony has to be careful. I think what Sony's going to do is what they do best, which is they're going to wait. They're going to let Microsoft go first. And Microsoft is clearly, now that they have their new CEO, they're getting very aggressive with it. You know, where they're like, we're going to make all these changes. We're going to mess with stuff. You know, we're going to try to do different tiers. I think Sony's going to sit back and watch and maybe take notes, see how people react to it. And if Microsoft is onto something, if Microsoft does something good, because keep in mind, Microsoft is trying to make money now. That's the big thing. They're done with the whole, we're going to give you it for $1, you know, and they're done with the whole mentality of we just want to get you in the door. Now they're taking a different approach, seemingly that's based on we want to give you as many possible options that can work for us on a business level financially, but work for you as well and your wallet, right? And maybe that does make a lot more sense. And that is why I'm kind of curious to see, okay, you took away Call of Duty. It's $23 a month. Not my cup of tea. Still not interested in Game Pass. I can see why some people are celebrating it because it's like, hey, $7. I'm saving $7 and I'm, you know, they took a game away that I didn't even care about to begin with. I get it. More curious to see now what other options they offer and how Sony may or may not respond to that. Well, first off, how the market will respond to it. And Digital Dude, he drops a $20 super chat. Thank you for that, Digital Dude. He says, what if we play as Kratos in the Faye game, but he's in Egypt? Like how we play as Atreus in Ragnarok. Faye will still be the main character, though. Faye in Norse as the past and Kratos in Egypt as the present. That's a great question, Digital Dude, and it's actually something I thought about. And I'm assuming you had this thought for the same reason I did, which is we've had conflicting reports throughout the years that seem to indicate there is a Faye game. That seems pretty much guaranteed. The Faye game is real. It's coming next year. It's going to get announced in like the next 2 months or so. But there's also been reports that, yeah, no, Kratos is going to Egypt. He's going to wield a what's it called? And I forget the name of it, but an Egyptian sword. And there was that leaked dialogue with Atreus where he's talking to like a cat of some kind. Like I think it's one of the Egyptian gods. And so my natural assumption there, Digital Dude, is that surely these games are going to be separate, right? 2 different games. One that is full blown focused on Faye, focused on her past. But it is interesting to think that the most recent leak we got from about the Faye game is how we're going to be visiting different pantheons. Now they did not list Egypt as a pantheon that apparently we're going to visit. Oh, dude, no way. Okay, I've just been informed that I'm not getting Pragmata because it's sold out. Okay. See this, God, why? Why? I just want physical. See what happens when you just want to buy a physical video game? Capcom, what are we doing? What are we doing? I guess I'm gonna have to go searching around then to see where I can get a physical copy of Pragmata. Jeez. Sorry. Well, that's disappointing. But yeah, I'm not sure if that's the direction they're gonna go in, Digital Dude. I mean, the way you're laying it out here, it makes sense. It makes sense, like, or I could see it. Like, I can visualize it. I can visualize people not being nearly as upset because they're like, oh, we actually do get to play as Kratos. But it's kind of going to be like a split thing. The only problem I see with that, Digital Dude, is like, if we're going to see people getting upset at the Faye game because it's like, man, I want a regular God of War game. I want Kratos. Let's just face it. I want to play with Kratos. Whoa. I want to play as Kratos. Sound a little crazy for a second there. I want to play as Kratos. People getting weird out here with God of War. People are going to feel that way no matter what. Whether it's a Faye game that's split, 50-50, 50% is Kratos, 50% is Faye, or you get an entire Faye game where Kratos just shows up a few times. So I do still think that the best way for them to do this is, I still think the best way for them to do this is do the Faye game, have that be its own thing, have Kratos basically make a cameo, or be like a smaller part of the game where you don't play as him, but you encounter him, and it shows how Faye and him met. And then have the next mainline God of War maybe 2 years later, if it's ready, or 3 years perhaps, or longer, depending on how far along it is or is not in development, and then launch that. Where it's like, yes, this is the Kratos game. But the question is if you're still going to be playing as Atreus, right? Fruity Tooty MBG. Yeah, my bad. Oops. Freudian slip there. Faye needs her own game. Leave Kratos out of it. It sounds like that's what it's going to be. Although, Leo, Kratos apparently is going to be in the game. Like, based off of what we know, it seems like we're going to find out. We're going to get to see how Faye and Kratos met one another and how they came to be a couple, That's my assumption anyway. I mean, there's so much we still don't know. But Digital Dude, I like your idea, though. It's an interesting idea. And to be clear, that absolutely could be what it is. It could be that these conflicting reports we've been getting about the Faye game and God of War Egypt are actually just one massive game. That's certainly possible. Let's see here. Hold on 1 second, guys. Okay. Mateto says, people are going to complain no matter what you do. What matters, I think, is that whatever they do it well. I couldn't care less about political agendas or messaging at the end of the day. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that if they just make a really awesome Faye game with amazing gameplay, great characters, great story, just looks awesome, I think that should win out at the end of the day. Like, no matter what people say, it's like, do we want good games or not? No, we are not talking politics. Absolutely not. The game will most likely be 75% Faye, 25% tier. Well, yeah, I forgot to mention that in response to Digital Dude's super chat. Apparently, the latest leak for the Faye game is Tyr's going to be in it, and it sounds like Tyr's going to be the other playable character. So that also, that makes me still continue to lean more so, more so into, no, don't tell me that, Ray. I'm going to have to double dip. It's a sign to just play Saros. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. I don't know. Is it a sign? The fact that my Pragmata copy got canceled because there's no more physical copies at all. Yeah, chill with that, Ghetto God. I mean, I don't think that's true. I think. I mean, there's always going to be some crazies, right? There's always going to be some crazies. We just have to hope that they're not the ones making the very important decisions. But yeah, I mean, look, man, when it comes to Santa Monica Studio, we've been talking about them a lot lately, and it's hard not to because we've been getting rumors, we've been getting leaks. I mean, Tom Henderson was saying that last he heard the next mainline God of War was supposed to get announced this month. it's hard not to be excited for the future of the God of War series, in my opinion. And I still maintain what I've been saying. And it's that I think people should try their best to just give something a chance. Not saying you should buy it and play it and give it a chance. I mean, literally, when we're just talking about game reveals building up to studios getting ready to announce their projects, I do think people should calm down a little bit and just give them a chance. And if what you see is like, oh, yeah, I think that looks awful, sure, but give them a chance to show you. You know, that's kind of why I wish the Faye game didn't leak at all, because it makes sense now. Like, I've been thinking to myself, why haven't we heard what this Cory Barlog game is? I'm like, it's been shrouded in secrecy for so many years and nobody would spill the beans. And I'm like, maybe it's better that way. And then boom, out of nowhere, there it is. And the reactions are, it's not all positivity, certainly not. So to the people who are, also, I would also say to the people who are like getting super hyped, where they're like, this is going to be one of the greatest games ever made, calm down. It's okay. Calm down. I appreciate the enthusiasm. I always do. Let's just let them show the game. Let's just let the game speak for itself. But I think what we can all agree on, maybe the best thing we can agree on here is that it has a ton of potential, right? At the very least, I think we can find a common ground and say that we don't know what the game's going to look like. We don't know how it's going to play. We don't know all the details. We haven't seen it, but it has potential. Guys, come on. Nope, we're not doing it. We are not talking about The Last of Us Part 2. I see you talking about The Last of Us Part 2, I'm banning you. Only warning I'm giving. Now, you can talk about The Last of Us Part 2. Just don't... No fighting about The Last of Us Part 2. We're moving on, all right? So getting back to the Game Pass talk, though, and the PlayStation Plus talk. There's one other thing I want to say here, and I want to close out specifically the Game Pass talk with this. And it's that we have been following Game Pass's trajectory for years. We've been following it closely because of its potential impact, not just on PlayStation, but on the entire industry as a whole. I think many of you recall, just as I do, that there was absolutely a time where there was talk that Game Pass was going to be the future, that Microsoft was ushering in that future, that Netflix of gaming, and it would only be a matter of time until Sony would have to embrace that model with PlayStation Plus, and then eventually Nintendo would have to do something similar, and it would just be the new way forward for how people who would engage with games. And I know a lot of you guys were here to see that. And during that time, there was a lot of, well, let's just face it, there was a lot of toxic discourse around the idea of buying your games. Now, I think when we look at the removal of Call of Duty, the assumption is if they do bring Call of Duty back to a first-party only tier, that will likely be more expensive. I mean, that's an assumption on my part, but I don't see how it couldn't be. If they removed Call of Duty so they can make it cheaper, if they do a first-party only tier, which does include Call of Duty because that's still technically first-party, it's going to have to be certainly more expensive than $23 a month and maybe even more than $30, but I'm not sure about that. Perhaps not. If it's literally just first-party, arguably, well, I don't know. Maybe they could do something like that. Call of Duty, just first party. Anyway, the point I'm trying to get at here is that I do look at what they just did with Call of Duty as a kind of concession It could be a temporary concession, but a concession nonetheless, in that Microsoft, I did say this yesterday, but obviously that's not up now, so it's worth repeating here. I think that Microsoft has no choice with Call of Duty specifically, but to kind of retreat back to the tried and true business model that they have attempted to uproot for the last 10 years, which is you just have to sell your games, even to your own audience. You can no longer turn, for now, this could change, but you can no longer turn to your audience and say, you don't have to buy this game. The only thing as of right now with this announcement that they are doing is turning to their audience and saying, we need you to buy Call of Duty. Now, we will update this conversation in the future if like 3 months from now they announce a first party only tier for like $16 that does include Call of Duty. We'll update this conversation. But assuming they don't do that, assuming this decision to remove Call of Duty from Game Pass was done as like, we just got to get it out of there, I view that as, yes, it's because you're trying to sell the game. You need to go back to just selling the game. And that makes sense to me because that's how it's always been with Call of Duty. And there was maybe an argument to be made, and I'm sure it was made internally at Microsoft, but certainly many people were arguing that maybe it's a bad idea to put Call of Duty in the Game Pass. Because the numbers we've seen for Call of Duty games, $500 million, $600 million, $700 million in some cases, development costs, you're going to have to be bringing in tens of millions of subscribers with every subsequent Call of Duty release to even remotely justify that. And clearly they weren't doing that. So it makes sense at the end of the day why they made this decision. I guess at this point, I'll be curious to see if they decide to go back on it once again, where it's like, actually, we are not done with Call of Duty being involved in Game Pass. We're just going to have a different tier now. Be very interesting to see how they work that out. Did you see 40% of gaming devs want to leave the industry? I saw something about that. Can't say I'm surprised about that either. I mean, how could a game developer feel secure right now? Who could blame them? What do you think about the hypocrisy where people go crazy over the price drop of... I'm going to assume you meant to say Game Pass, but turn a blind eye to the fact that they had to remove Call of Duty from day one, for that they bragged about that for so long. Yeah, this is what I touched upon yesterday, and here's what I'll say to that, Potato. I don't care about those people, nor do I don't entertain those people. For my own well-being, for my own sake, but certainly for the sake of my channel. Those people who... Is everybody hypocritical at certain points? Yes. I think I think a little bit of hypocrisy is natural because we're humans and we change our minds and we learn things. And sometimes we regret things, you know, and it's normal. It's all normal. It's part of the process. But there are also people where they seemingly lack any level of awareness, where it's like, this is where the term moving the goalpost comes from, where the whole idea of moving the goalpost is to avoid being caught being hypocritical or to avoid taking any level of accountability. And for those types of people who like to do that stuff, if there's one thing I've learned is they're not worth listening to. I think it can be worth listening to somebody who is hypocritical but catches themselves. Or when it's pointed out that they're like, actually, hold on, yeah. Wait, let me back this up. That's fine. You know, that's exuding certain levels of humility and understanding and wanting to learn and process things a little bit differently. But yes, are there people who, you know, were celebrating Call of Duty going into Game Pass very loudly, very aggressively, making it seem like this is the greatest thing to ever happen to Game Pass and the greatest thing that Microsoft could have done? Yes. Are some of those people today also taking the exact same stance, even though Call of Duty is being removed, but basically now taking that all of that energy and putting it into the $7 reduction in the price per month? Yes. Does it look a little bit silly? I think so. Depending on just how aggressive they're being about it, yeah, I think it absolutely can look ridiculous. But, I think at this point in time, man, it's neither here nor there. If there's one thing I've learned in covering Sony and also covering Microsoft and just covering the games industry for as many years as I have, is that there are people who they're never going to view things through a clear lens. Or if not a clear lens, they're never going to see things a different way. They're only going to remain completely closed-minded, and they're only going to see things one way. And I do think that when you see certain announcements like this, some of these people, and it goes on the other side for Sony too, you see some of these people start to come out of the woodwork. And it's best to just ignore them. That's just my personal stance on that. Like, there's always going to be hypocrisy. There's always going to be egregious hypocrisy that makes a person look, if not insane, just kind of nonsensical, And I think you just have to kind of use your intuition when you're following certain people, or if you're reading things from certain people, or if you're, listening to certain people. You have to use your intuition to determine like where they're really coming from, what their true intention is. And, I've gotten mixed up in that too sometimes, where like my intention here with Microsoft at this point in time is to figure out which direction they're really trying to go in, for the sake of gaining a better understanding of the bigger picture. That is, we are approaching a new generation rapidly with the PlayStation 6, the PlayStation handheld, and even Project Helix. And it's like, is it showtime? Like, is this going to be a boxing match between Sony and Microsoft, or is this going to be something radically different from compared to anything we've seen before? And I think that the decisions we're seeing both Microsoft and Sony make right now, and all the rumors and leaks that are being sprinkled in between, are we're in the process of seeing that question answered slowly but surely. And I'm just trying to get it's the way I see it is it's slowly coming into focus. And so when I look at this Game Pass news, the biggest question I have, like the highest level question I have, is where does this stand in terms of your overall strategy going into next generation with Project Helix, across from Sony going into next generation with the PlayStation 6? That's what I'm most interested in. And I realize that the people who are, celebrating, their interest is in something else. And that makes sense. The people who are celebrating are people who are currently Game Pass subscribers, happy that they're going to save a little bit of money now. Or they're the type of individuals that you're mentioning, that I'm mentioning, where it's like literally anything Microsoft does is a great thing. And there are people like that on the PlayStation side too. And I will just reiterate this last point here before we move on. And it's that I've said this numerous times. I will continue to say it as long as it's true. The problem with the people who see everything as a win, no matter which side you're on, PlayStation, Xbox, PC, is the conversation gets about as dull and uninteresting as it could possibly be. Because everything's great. Everything's perfect all the time. When something bad happens, it's actually good. When something good happens, it's good. When something mundane happens, it's good. When something inconsequential and almost meaningless happens, it's still good. It's all good. It's just static. It's static. you know? And to me, if that's what this really was across the board, I wouldn't be here having these discussions because what would be the point? Hey guys, I'm here to tell you why PlayStation's so great again today. Why they're better. Why they're the best. And I'll be showing up tomorrow and the day after and the day after and the day after to remind you why they're the best. If it's a price increase, I'm going to twist it. I'm going to tell you why it's actually okay and it's great. I can't stand that stuff. I really can't. And I can't stand to see PlayStation fans doing it. I can't stand to see Xbox fans doing it. Nintendo fans, like, because they seemingly don't realize, like, and it's the bias, right? You're too biased. I think it's okay to have a bias. Everybody has a bias. There's just no way around it. It's totally natural. Again, this is why I'm saying the difference maker is, are you aware of it? And when you are making an assessment and when you are analyzing something, can you remove that temporarily to give the best possible analysis, the most honest analysis you can? That's what matters. That's what I'm looking to achieve here. I'm not perfect. I mess up sometimes, I'm still learning. But that's where I'm trying to be. That's what I'm striving towards. So that's a very long-winded answer, but I guess it's so long-winded because, yes, there's crazy things that have happened. There's crazy things that are going to happen, probably in the not-too-distant future. And my goal is to just remain steady through it because people just love to get crazy about things. And sometimes I get wrapped up in that too. Yeah, I saw that. Apparently Insider Gaming, I saw an Insider Gaming article that was reporting about Gamepass incorporating some kind of Discord Nitro thing. They're trying to partner with Netflix. They're partnering with Discord. So this is why I said earlier, like, I don't think Microsoft is giving up on Game Pass. I think they're just trying to transform it to find a new angle potentially to make it a success. And how funny would it be if after Phil Spencer, now that he's retired, he's the one who came up with Game Pass, couldn't make it work. Asha Sharma is the one to get it where it needed to be this whole time through like completely different means. That would be fascinating. Don't know if it'll happen. She's got her work cut out for her, but we will see. The thing I'm most interested in finding out, and we've talked about this as well, I care about this so much more than something like Game Pass, honestly, and even something like PlayStation Plus, where it's like, are you bringing back exclusives or not? That's the big one. That's the big one. Because to me, that says that I feel like trying to evaluate, trying to extract an answer from this information, this new announcement that we're taking Call of Duty off of Game Pass, it feels like so, like it's not, there's not really too much to extract from it because it's like, I guess it's not that shocking, right? It's not that shocking, especially the people who kind of knew, like, Call of Duty? You're going to put Call of Duty? You sure that's going to work? So it's not shocking to see that. I feel like the day we get an answer as to whether or not Microsoft plans to go back to exclusives, that's the day we get a clear-cut answer. Like, that is it. That is the biggest question that needs answering from, by Asha Sharma. And clearly she's going to have to answer that question at some point. And when she does, it's going to set the stage, truly, I think, for next generation. If she says, no, exclusives are not coming back, okay, then we know going into next generation, the competition is going to be pretty much non-existent between Sony and Microsoft. Very, very minimal, if any. To a point where it's almost not even going to be worth talking about. On the other hand, she comes back, makes massive waves, says exclusives are back, baby. That changes everything. I mean, that's literally like announcing the games are back on, you know? Like, let's go. The fight is on. And that like I said, that will set the stage. So right now I'm still thinking they're not doing that. That's my guess. But time will tell. Time will tell. All right, guys, as we continue to run down these topics, do me a favor. Make sure you hit that like button. We're sitting at 110 likes. Thank you for getting us over 100 likes. Let's push for 125 likes. Let's see if we can make that happen. And like I said, if you want to support the channel, consider becoming a member, possibly gifting memberships. I don't know if we're going to hit the goal today. Titus dropped 5. Prince said he wanted to drop some, but is not able to. So we will see. We will see. We still have some time. Or, you know, so we super chats and direct donations as well. Let me double check. I didn't miss any. All right, we're good there. ABG, do you really think Asha is going to make a difference? Remember Satya, her boss, wants games everywhere. I mean, it's like I said, it boils down to whether or not Satya Nadella and the board of Microsoft are willing to have a change of heart and a change of not even like heart, but I guess like a perception shift now that they have a new CEO. Maybe they're more willing to listen to Asha. I could be wrong, but it's like maybe if she says like, no, like I have some ideas. Maybe they're more excited. I don't know. Maybe they just got tired of Phil. I don't know. I don't know what these meetings are like. But I guess to me it does seem plausible that with them bringing in a new CEO, if the goal truly is like bring the brand back, maybe with that they accept they're going to have to lose some money, but it'll be worth it in the long run. It's just, again, that's tough for me to believe because it's like we've been doing that. We've been doing that for years. And where has that gotten them? You know, that's the question, is where has it gotten them? But they're invested now. That's the thing. They're invested. Phil, if there's one thing Phil did make sure of before he left is... Oh, nice. That turned out good. Hold on. We have another Mrs. MBG cameo. There it is.
It's a little messy, but the taste is what really matters. I don't think it looks too bad for my first go round.
No, I think it looks good. I did it.
Would you like to try it?
Not at the moment.
You don't want them to see you eating?
No. No, because I was like, I'm going to be healthy today. I'll try it later on. Save it for me.
I'm going to be healthy, wife. I'm going to make a dozen cake pops.
I'm going to be healthy. Eat this damn cake pop.
But isn't it pretty?
I think it turned out good. Yeah. I like it. Yeah, save one for me. I'll eat it later on. Henry 3K says that looks good.
Thank you, Henry.
Loves the sprinkles. D'Angelo said it looks good too. Getting a bunch of this is MBG cameos today. Shadowlink was like, take a bite. I'm like, dude, my sugar levels are good right now. I'm not crashing. You know, I'm trying to be on point with my diet today. Temptations, you never know when they're going to arise. I'll try one later on. I'll report back to you guys hopefully tomorrow and let you know how it turned out. That did look good though. Eat it now. What was I saying? Ray says I'm sending my address. I need that right now. Got our first customer. Oh, Lady Gamer, let me see. You sent this. What is this? Oh, okay, another. Yeah, we're getting close to 007. All right, let me see here. I missed some chats. Wait, Prince, you're saying you're going to drop a 4? I mean, people have done it. They've done singles. They'll do 3 singles, 4 singles. Titus, you say you'll drop 5 if Prince drops 5. Okay. I don't know, man. Prince is Prince is saying he wants to drop gifts, but I don't think he's gonna, dude. He's been kind of toying with it, you know? Well, I mean, you're saying she's doing a lot, though. Nobody can say she's not at this point. Well, the Game Pass thing is very interesting to me. Now, I will say before we move on and talk a little bit about Project Helix is the fact that she's only been the CEO of Xbox for a little bit, and she's like, I think there's a lot of hope. People have a lot of hope. Xbox players have a lot of hope now that there's finally new leadership in there. And I get it. I don't want to put myself in the position. I have my reservations. You know, I have my doubts, and I certainly have my skepticism. And I don't want to be I am the last person, I should say. I'm not the right person to come out and be like, I don't know though, guys. Because look at my channel. I'm a PlayStation channel, you know, and people are going to be like, oh, of course, the pony says he's concerned, or not concerned, but of course the pony doubts that Asha Sharma, the new Xbox CEO, is going to be a good CEO and do things right for Xbox. And I realize, like, it's best if I just don't go down that road and just maybe not. I'll voice my reservations, you know, I'll voice my skepticism, but I'm going to do so lightly because we'll just see what happens. If there are people like, I personally don't, you guys know, I don't think Asha Sharma is just going to suddenly come in unless Phil Spencer was incompetent to a degree that is almost unfathomable, which I guess is a possibility here. You know, I have my doubts. But if she's the one, if she comes in and is like, I am here to make Xbox great again, I'm all for that. I want to make it clear I'm all for that because I want to see that. I want to see Xbox get back to that because I think that can only benefit PlayStation players through the vector that is competition. Genuinely. Talk about Soros. We're gonna be talking about Soros plenty coming up in the next week. We got reviews coming up. I think I am gonna cave and get it digitally, maybe, because I want to get that early access. Possible double dip. We'll see. If we get Rich Rod out of retirement, I'll donate a membership. No, we're good on that. I just want, if Rich Rod ever comes back, I just want him to be normal. I just want normal Rich Rod, man. That's all I want. Not caricatured Rich Rod, just normal Rich Rod. I know he exists. I know he's real. I've seen him. That's all we want. Prince, you're saying you just donated? Let me see. Oh, he did. Okay. Prince, there you go. Thank you, man. Oh, and Walroar came in. So Prince G was not able to donate memberships directly, so I will donate them. He tipped $20. He says, here's 4 subs for the community. MB Gooners. PlayStation better. Xbox is still dumpster juice. Bitches. LMAO. I love that that's your message after what I just said about wanting just normal Rich Rod. Thank you. Thank you, though, Prince G. I'll just drop a 5. I'll drop 5 member gifts. I'll do that in just a moment. And Titus, that counts. That counts, Titus. Because he was trying to drop member gifts, but he's using iOS and it wouldn't let him. So I told him if he dropped a direct donation equivalent, I'll drop the memberships on his behalf. And Walroar with a $2 tip said, any thoughts on PlayStation requirements on government ID? I'm actually going to talk about that in just a second. I have that up. My initial thoughts are, I mean, this sucks, you know, like it mostly sucks. It feels more and more like we're going in that 1984 direction of like, can't really have privacy But yeah, I'll talk about that in a couple minutes. Wall roar. And yeah, just my assumption is that's just going to continue to be a thing. Every company is just going to start doing it over time, unfortunately. Let me donate 1, get 5. Who's in? Wait, what do you mean, Titus? Donate. Who's gonna make up that last sub for Prince to activate my matching donation? I'll do it. Damn, MBG really doesn't want Rich Rod back. It's like I said, you know my terms and conditions. I want him back. I just want him normal. Neither. Shadowlink, stop being the agent of chaos. Stop it. Stop. We're not allowed to have fun. All right, let me see. Hold on. All right, here we go. There we go. Those memberships are courtesy of Prince G. No, Prince, don't do it. You're not. You are not. See, this is what I'm talking about. Prince G, thank you so much for the member gifts. Thank you so much. But you are not. You are not. Oh, you're welcome, Lady Gamer. So let me add that to the goal. Michael says, have him over for dinner and discuss it with him. Michael, drop 5 membership gifts. I will tell you I'll have him over for dinner and discuss it with him. And then I will tell you the next day I lied. I'm not inviting him over for dinner. We're not discussing anything. Thank you for the 5 membership gifts. How's that sound? All right, let me, hold on. Let me add that to the goal. All right, Titus, you're up. Titus, you're up. Well, I'm trying to see who got the member gifts that I... Okay. All right. Yeah, 5-pack opened. A rare MBG 5-pack. Potato, you're saying many of the things Asha did were already pretty much in the works, and she just announced them. For example, PH or the UI changes. She's being credited with achievements that honestly aren't hers. That's why I'm saying it's going to take some time. And there he is. There he is. Titus comes in. He's a man of his word. He matched it. He matched it. Michael, you're still waiting for to set your box. Oh, the PO box. Yeah. I'm telling. Yeah. Listen, I was like getting really nervous that it might have to get delayed to next month. I'm just gonna stop talking about. Like it is happening, but I don't know. I think it might have to get. I'll have to see. I'm still looking into it. I'm sorry. I don't like feeling like I let people down. I don't like feeling that way. So that's why I'm like not talking about it. It's going to happen at some point though. And Michael Werneth comes in. He says, it's okay, MBG. It's okay. Here's 10 membership gifts. Michael, thank you so much, man.
Holy
So
shit.
Titus, so Prince he helped drop 5 through me. And then Titus dropped 5. And then Michael takes it home with 10. And that brings us to the 25 mark. So Michael, membership Werneth, thank you so much, man. We'll see if we can get the cats in here. Give them some treats. They've been waiting long enough. Seeing who got the membership gifts, though. Yeah, I don't know. There's still some people who've been hoping to get some. Yeah, Dwayne, bro, what is going on, dude? How does Dwayne still not have a membership gift? This just feels unfair. And Shadowlink comes in. Shadowlink says, hey, whoa, hold on. We're not done. This member train isn't done. He follows up Michael with another 10 member gifts.
Holy shit.
And a Mark Cerny.
Simply put, it's the most powerful console we've ever built.
Shadow coming in, he's saying, we're not done. We're getting to 35. Love to see it. Thank you guys so much for that. Really, really appreciate the support. Sleepy Dad says, what about me? I want a membership. You might get lucky. Sometimes when I see people say that, it's like a 50-50 thing, but it's kind of, it does seem like there is something to it where people will say that and then they'll end up being like the next one in line. I'm not saying that's going to be you, but it might be. Dwayne, yeah. Dwayne is out here dodging member gifts, man. Sorry, Dwayne. Sorry, bro. We tried. All right, so we are at 35 on the day. Love to see it. We'll see if we can get, if we get to that 50 mark, I'll do a little bit of drumming at the end. I know you guys like to do that at the end of the streams when we hit that goal. So we'll see. We still have some time. Really, really appreciate that. We should have a morning with the missus this Friday, by the way. So if you are a channel member or if you know, if you get gifted a membership, Potato, you're saying I would gift memberships, but you won't believe how much it cost me to gift 50 memberships, $1.5. I think it may be harmful to you. Yeah, I really appreciate, this is the only time I'll say this, I really appreciate that you don't gift memberships, Potato, because yeah, that would be extremely detrimental to me. The super chats are a little bit different, you know, where it's like the worst thing it does is it just, again, it lingers up at the top. It's not a huge deal though. But yeah, the member gifts would be insane. Please don't do that. Thank you for that. I'm glad. See, that's how I know you're legitimate, because if you weren't, you know, you wouldn't be saying that. So I appreciate it, bro. And I've been trying to read some of your chats too. You got a calf cramp yesterday for the first time in my life. I've been taking creatine for the last month. Correlation. I mean, how bad was the cramp? Like, was it just a couple seconds? Were you doing something? Did it linger? Did it last for like 20 seconds or something? I mean, I notice when I take creatine, it locked up and you were jogging. You might need more potassium, dude. You might need to start eating some bananas. There might be a correlation with creatine. I'm not entirely sure. I'll tell you this, my own experience. When I start taking creatine a lot, I do notice I get more muscle spasms. Sometimes they're very annoying. But you got to make sure you're drinking a lot of water. Increase your potassium. Not by an insane amount, but like eat a couple bananas. That might solve your problem. All right. Guys, we're at 119 likes. We need 6 more. We'll hit 125. Thank you, Potato. Thank you, bro. All right, so we do have to talk a little bit about Project Helix. Prince, don't do it. Don't do it, man. Just be chill. Be chill. All right. We're okay, yeah. So we do have an interesting report here regarding Project Helix, and you know, we've been talking extensively about the PlayStation 6 and Project Helix. It's hard not to. We still have quite a bit of time before these consoles, I assume, get announced and, you know, before they release. But oh, you know what? Okay, we'll do that first. Hold on. We'll do the government ID topic, and then we'll do Project Helix. Because I'm not going to spend too long on the government ID topic, but it is something that I need to inform you guys about. And everybody should be aware. It's real. It's happening. And then we'll do the Project Helix topic. So this is being reported by Push Square. They say, in what is a rather sudden development, PS5 players are being sent notifications about age verification. At the time of this writing, this is limited to players in the UK and Ireland. So do keep that in mind. As of right now, it's only in the UK and Ireland. The message says that, quote, in compliance with global regulations, end quote, users will need to verify their age later this year if they want to continue using communication features, including text-based messaging and voice chat on the current gen console. The message also includes a QR code that you can scan with your phone, which provides a link to Sony's website. You can then verify your age through 3 options. Number 1, facial scan. Take a photo of yourself and have the system give you an age estimation. ID, use identification documentation like a driver's license, passport, or ID cards to prove your age. Or a mobile number, use a verification code sent as a text message to your phone. You can find an FAQ on the whole process by clicking through the PlayStation. There's a link on the PlayStation support page. This kind of age verification process falls in line with recently introduced age verification laws in the UK and Ireland. Age verification is now required to access all kinds of stuff online, much of which is deemed adult content. However, concerns over data security remain prevalent, and so it'll be interesting to see how this news goes down with PS5 users. Yeah, people are not happy about this at all. This is something, as it points out, it's only in the UK and Ireland, but this is pretty much what they've been rolling out in the UK, and I believe Ireland. But I've mainly been seeing it in the UK, where like pretty much anything you want to engage with, anything you want to engage with, they require you to verify your age. And I do believe it has rolled out across pretty much all territories for some things. Like I think like with Roblox, for example, like if you're under, like you have to verify your age or something. Pretty sure. But I mean, what can I really say about this other than it does seem like as we go further into the future here, anonymity on the internet is becoming less and less of a thing. And if I look at the comments on this article that Push Square put out, see if I lost it for some reason. Somebody says the UK is trying to steal our data yet again. Somebody else says I got that email, yodi.com, never heard of those yet. Also, they already have my phone number on two-step authentication. Sony, what are you doing? Count is old as the earth, too. Yeah. This person says biometric data retention and consent issues. In 2026, Spain's Data Protection Authority, AEPD, fined Yoti about 950,000 euros for storing facial scan images longer than it promised and failing to get valid consent for processing biometric data used in age verification. Authorities said Yoti was not properly implementing GDPR principles like storage limitation and lawful basis. Course, privacy first claims. Critics argue that a company branding itself privacy first should not default opt users into processing their biometric data for internal research and development, which Spanish and German-based analysis have flagged as misleading. Extensive third-party tracking. A security-focused investigation reported that Yoti's app and website submit device-level identifiers, advertising ID, IP, hardware info, etc., to third-party trackers like Adjust and Google Firebase without clear prior consent, potentially violating GDPR cookie consent requirements. So it does seem like there is maybe a greater layer of concern here where, can I just gift you crypto? No, that's okay. No, I'm good on that, Prince G. Prince, listen, in the future, if we could do it this way, perhaps, not all the time, but sometimes when it makes sense for me to be able to do it. The direct donations help. And if your goal is you want to gift, I can do it through the direct donations for you. That's more than enough. But yeah, it does seem like Lady Gamer is saying you might get the email from PlayStation. You'll complete it anyways. You're from the UK. Okay. Yeah. It seems like one of the main concerns based off of what I'm reading is the fact that the company that is like doing this, that Yoti, YOTI, I want to say Yote for some reason. I mean, it looks like it. Apparently, like they've kind of been caught like not they've been caught being shady, apparently, with people's data, which is not I mean, look, man, if we're being realistic about this, if you want to know where I stand on this, and I know that what I'm about to say might be I don't even think it's an unpopular opinion as much as it's a defeatist opinion, but like the way I view it is my info is already out there, but then again, I'm on camera every day practically. But I guess what I mean is that I look at where we are in the digital age, and I just assume like if somebody wants to find something out about me, like they can, and I can't do anything about it. Like I see that it's becoming more of a popular thing now. I see this on Twitter a lot where people are like, here's step-by-step guide on how to like erase your digital footprint. And there's a lot to it where it's not easy. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, for me, that's pretty much impossible considering what I do for a living. But even if I wasn't doing this for a living, it's like, I don't know that I would want to do that because it's like, you basically have to, you could do it and you can still browse the internet and you can still remain mostly anonymous pretty much, but it's become pretty difficult. So I don't know. I guess my mentality towards it, to be completely honest, is mostly indifference. But I will say, like, it is kind of, it sucks to think that these companies are not being honest. But it's like, is that surprising? We're like, yeah, no, your data's safe with us. Like, no, it's not. I already know. You know what I mean? It's like, whatever, dude. I know you're selling my data to advertisers. I mean, my phone's probably listening to me. It seems like it is. I talk about something one day, the next day I'm having it advertised to me. It's like, I hate to say it, but I guess I've just kind of accepted that this is the price to pay for being so online and being so, it reminds me of Death Stranding 2 when the line pops up that says, should we have connected? And I'm like, I don't know, man. Like there's pros and cons to it all here. But I totally understand why for a lot of people this is like, what the hell? Why can we no longer just be anonymous on the internet? No, Drumman, I cannot gift directly. I think you're getting a little bit confused. Just to clarify, I don't get to choose who gets membership gifts. Prince G donated $20 directly to me for me to put that towards buying 5 member gifts. But I didn't get to choose who got those gifts, just to be clear. Music Maker Man with a £5 super chat. You're saying, have you seen Asha Sharma's latest statement on future Call of Duty releases going on Game Pass the holiday after release about 1 year? Yeah, I will tell you, Music Maker Man, I think you maybe came to the stream a little bit late. We had a whole discussion about that about 10 to 15 minutes ago. So my recommendation is if you want to hear my thoughts on that, when this stream is done, come back to it when the timestamps are up and you can listen to that whole section because I talked about it very extensively. But yeah, definitely some interesting changes occurring. Come on over. You're always welcome to my neck of the woods, South Carolina. Roadkill, you're saying everybody's information's out there already. I mean, I want to make it clear I value privacy as well, and I think everybody to an extent does. And we should be entitled to a certain level of privacy, absolutely. It's why I can't feel bad for people being annoyed and frustrated with this. Well, yeah, you can. That's true too. Music Maker Man, if you want, you can technically rewind the live stream right now. But obviously I'm still live, so you'll be on a massive delay. MBG, people have been online since probably before you were born. Why can't we have privacy when everyone did back then? I mean, that's where I feel like it's the natural escalation of not even just escalation, but the progress, right? It's the natural evolution and progress of, if you look at the early days of the internet, late 80s, early 90s, and even just how social media itself, even just social media, something that's not overly complex and is utterly ubiquitous, how much that has changed everything. In a sense, as humans become more digital, we digitize everything. It almost does kind of make sense that, of course, this was going to happen. Like, of course, this is the direction we're going in, where the internet is going to be treated more like, less like the Wild West is the best way I could put it. Where I think if you look back at the late 80s, the early 90s, even the early 2000s, I think the internet was very much like the Wild West, in a sense that everything, you could kind of do whatever and not really, and just be completely unknown and completely anonymous. And to be fair, there's still a ton of anonymity on the internet. But, there's the angle of it too, where like people question, like, what is the true intention here? Is the true intention the safety and well-being of children, of the youth, or is this just an excuse for governments to once again pry and, be more involved and more controlling? And I think the answer is kind of both, where it's like, I do think this can be a good thing for kids. I will say, like, it's clear that we can't stop what has happened. It's already happened, is what I should say. And what I'm referring to is, like, yes, kids are growing up. Think about the way the internet was when we grew up with it versus the way kids are growing up with it now. Everything has changed. The internet is so different than it was. And it seems like, I mean, I can only go based off of my own personal experience, but like, the amount of stuff that a child can be exposed to in a 24-hour period on social media today is almost unthinkable compared to when I was a kid. Not only was I rarely ever on the internet as a kid, I didn't have a smartphone. I didn't have my own computer. I didn't just have easy access to the internet. Even if I did, social media apps didn't exist. There's a level to this where it's like, I do feel as though if the right thing is actually trying to be done, where it's like, we actually do need to protect the kids here, like, genuinely. Like, we have to make sure they're not being exposed to stuff they just simply shouldn't be. And I understand it's like, well, that's the responsibility of the parents, and I totally get that too. And I agree. Like, if you have kids, please pay attention to what your kids are doing. That's on you. Like, you are their parents. But we all know that there's so many parents who just don't care and are not going to do that. We also know that even for parents who do care, sometimes kids can be sneaky, and they can try to get away with stuff. And this is why it's like, well, I'm a grown adult. I'm 32 years old, and my mind feels like it's breaking when I'm on the internet for too long. When I'm exposed to social media for too long, I literally feel like I can feel myself becoming mentally ill and unwell. And I'm like, this isn't good. And I'm an adult. I'm a fully developed adult feeling that way. I can't even imagine what some of this stuff is doing to, like, young kids that are 10, 11, 12, 13 years old. So I understand to an extent there's a real concern here. And it does make sense with how online everything is now and how chronically online kids are now. We have to think about protecting them. But again, there's layers to this where it's like, is that really what we're doing here? Or is this just being used as an excuse to take people's rights away, essentially? It's as it's always been with governments, right? Be a member for 28 months at Play Has No Limits. Thank you for that. You're saying corporations don't give a shit about protecting our data. found out a few weeks ago Columbia University kept my SS number from my application 26 years ago. They had a data breach last year and my social security number got leaked. Shaking my head. Yeah, dude, see, it's stuff like that where it's like these companies and these governments expect us to trust them. And it's like, no. That's the problem. The intention sounds pure, but it always does, right? In terms of like, but can I trust you? Is it wise to trust you? History has proven no. And you're right. I hate to say that, but you are right, where it's like, do they really care? Probably not. And I know that sounds really negative, but that's why this is why like the best thing you can do is just watch out for yourself and the people in your family and people you care about. If you have children, please just be involved, pay very close attention to what they're doing on the internet. It's different for us. I think our parents, well, I mean, it's the ages are different here, but for me, like my parents didn't know anything about anything. My dad didn't even know what the internet was, and my mom was very totally unaware, like not totally, but like she just didn't know the depths of the internet, so there really was nobody for me growing up to really watch over me in that sense. But I got lucky in another sense where it's like I was kind of dumb and I didn't know what to do on the internet. But I came across this YouTube video this morning about a website that is no longer active. And I'm not even really going to talk about what this website is, but I guess I'll just say it's a website that's a product of the earlier days of the internet where I think it was called like, I'll just give the name of, I don't even want to give the name of the website just because people are probably going to look it up. It's like one of these websites where it's similar to like Lively, I guess, something like that. And these websites can be very dangerous to kids, in the sense that like it was what I'm trying to say here is I was reading the comments of this video talking about this website that's no longer around, and the amount of people saying like they would like go to this website when they were together with their friends, and it was just, there's a lot of like peer pressure, and it was kind of like the edgy cool thing to do, but in reality it's like you guys are messing your minds up and giving yourself PTSD, and it's very, very dangerous. And that's basically like why there's numerous reasons. I'm not going to go into the details of why the website got shut down, but it's really bad, really, really bad, really bad stuff. And what's scary to me is that a lot of that stuff that was only relegated to these obscure, hard to find, kind of have to know about it, have to hear about it type situation. It was relegated to these random corners of the internet that you can't just randomly stumble upon. A lot of that is now just out there on social media, and you can just stumble across it. And that's where I'm saying, like, dude, I don't know. I know that there's a certain reality to the world, but I guess there is a part of me that does believe like you do have to kind of shield, if not yourself, certainly children from it, because it will mess them up. It absolutely messes them up. And I guess that's just, I can't help but think about it from that angle where it's like, what do we have to sacrifice to, make that happen? I don't know. Maybe I think about it too much, but I think too hard about it. I will say this though. PlayStation, I mean, there's definitely stuff you can encounter on PlayStation that, would definitely, there's mature theme stuff, but I do wonder how much of this has to do with like Roblox or something. you know? I just saw that they had like a full-blown native version of Roblox now available, and I know that that was like a big thing. Shadowlink, we're talking about the age verification situation with PlayStation that they are rolling out now, where in the UK and Ireland you're going to have to verify your age, and people are very concerned about their data privacy. But there's the angle of like they're only doing it to try to protect the kids and youth and all that, and so it's a tough situation. But I think the bigger question is whether or not we can expect this to start rolling out to, I don't know, to like other places. Somebody says here, Grim, funny how quickly our government went from companies are taking and misusing too much of your personal information, we're going to regulate them to keep you safe, to the internet is too dangerous, we need companies to have more of your personal information to keep you and everyone else safe. The acceleration from nanny state to full Orwell is concerning. It does feel like that, doesn't it? It feels like the pendulum. Feels like the pendulum going from one end to one extreme to the other. And Josh Z comes in and renews his membership, and I love to see that, bro. I love to see that final end game PlayStation or MBG membership badge next to your name, bro. Josh, thank you so much, buddy. Let's see, what soundbite should I give Josh? I was gonna give you a Herman. I'm like, Josh deserves better than a Herman. How about I give him an Astro and double scream. There we go, ×2. Thank you, thank you. I don't know why I chose that. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. Thank you, Josh. I'm going to add that to the goal with his membership renewal. He brings us to 36. So we'll see. We still have a couple more topics to go over here before we wrap up today. We may still be able to hit the goal of 50. I forgot to put this up. I forgot to feed the beast too. I'll say that for the end too. The cats are clearly chilling right now. Just remind me. Remind me before we wrap up today. I got to give the cats some treats. All right. Teddy's just saying, yeah, the UK went to shit. You sure were on AOL, MBG. I thought you were my generation. Did it last so long? No, I remember AOL. I remember AIM. Gosh, yeah, it just feels like it basically is like a lifetime ago, practically. Sure feels like it. So, yeah, we'll have to continue to monitor this and see if it gets rolled out to other regions or if it's just going to remain isolated to the UK and Ireland. I will read this one other person's comment. They say, if such regulations are implemented upon the basis of, quote, safety, then it must be scrutinized to the highest degree. Too often, safety is used to breach the line of ethics as it relates to an individual's privacy. And that's absolutely true. Yeah, that's what makes this so complicated, is it seems like, just based off of that one company we were reading about, like, they're clearly just breaking that ethical line of like, oops, our bad. We said we would delete this data once we verified, but we're actually just going to keep it. And yeah, what is wrong with this world sometimes, man? And guys, as we continue on here, make sure you hit that like button if you haven't already. We're sitting at 126 likes. Thank you for getting us to 125. Let's see. Can we get to 150 before we wrap up today? Maybe, just maybe. The Clayface trailer just dropped on X. Interesting. How's it look? I forgot about that. Yeah. You think a lot of people are not going to renew their PSN subscription because of this? I guess we'll see. Yeah, we were just talking about PS Plus numbers. We are going to move on to... Actually, I'm going to throw this in here. We are still going to talk about Project Helix, but a lot of people were asking me to bring this up. I have an article here from PC Gamer, our favorite website. It says Stop Killing Games delivers absolutely incredible hearing in European Parliament. There was no Parliament member that was responding negatively. The momentum is real. So we're going to cover this. I think this is going to be important too. Oh God, that's extremely carbonated. Sorry. I'm sorry you had to hear that. I'm trying to stay hydrated. Josh, you're saying I found some wiggle room in the budget and re-upped at a lower tier, so I'm very happy. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that, Josh. Yeah, I saw you were you weren't sure if you were going to be able to renew it or not, and I was saying maybe hold out hope, see if you get a member gift or not, but the fact that you still decided to renew it, even if it's at a lower tier, dude, I very much appreciate it. Thank you. All right. So it says here, it's amazing what a difference a little bit of time can make. 2 years after kicking off what looked to be a long shot campaign to push back on the practice of shutting down server dependent video games once they're no longer profitable, Stop Killing Games founder Ross Scott and organizer Moritz Katzner appeared in front of the European Parliament to present their case, and it seemed to go very well. The whole thing is a bit dry, as parliamentary committee tends to be, but the conversation is interesting. Consultant Daniel Andruska, for instance, said the Stop Killing Games movement, quote, is not trying to be unreasonable and isn't seeking eternal online support or retro reactivation for games that have already been shut down, just requirements to keep it from happening in the future. Quote, games that were developed 20 years ago still function, Andruska said. Games that were developed 3 years ago, as it was mentioned before, don't. It's a design decision. It's a business decision. Stop Killing Games is launching NGOs in the European Union and the US. We're not just going away on this. Final count for Stop Killing Games petition verifies 1.3 million of its 1.4 million signatures, well above the minimum to be formally, I think, addressed. So it says, after laying out in detail how game shutdowns actually occur, Scott, the Stop Killing Games founder, also weighed in on the business side of it, saying that when end-of-life planning is included in a game's development budget, the impact is very small. He added that some estimates for end-of-life costs by game studios are faulty because they factor in features that are no longer needed in an offline game. At the end of the hearing, MEP, the member of European Parliament, Anna Cavazzini, chair of the committees on the internal market and consumer protection, thanked and congratulated the speakers, quote, for the great work you have done, end quote. And she said she'd heard a lot of support from basically all of the political groups from your initiative. MEP, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that name. I can't say that now. They shared similar sentiments, reiterating the broad support from the relevant committees. The mood during the post-hearing press conference on Twitch was clearly upbeat. Absolutely incredible, Katzner responded when asked by Scott how he thought it went. I think that everyone that watched it might have noticed that there was no MEP that wasn't responding positively. Even the commission was pretty positive, I'd say. Katzner also said it's important to understand that this hearing was our first step into the public, into the legislative process, and that the committee is still reviewing Stop Killing Games' submission. But he continued, every single MEP present for the hearing expressed support for the initiative, and that for the purposes of the hearing, it was mission achieved. Scott concurred. I feel like if things had gone off absolutely perfectly on our end, the results actually might not have been that much different. If there had been a little more prep time, it might have gone a little smoother, but then for the end result, I think it would have been the same. The discussion with other relevant parties hosted by Katzner goes on for a good bit after that, but it seems quite positive overall. The mood is probably best summed up, though, by a meme. There's a meme. And finally, it says, there's a long road ahead, Katzner wrote, but the momentum is real. The appearance before the EU committee caps off a strong start to 2026 for Stop Killing Games. In February, the organization announced that it's launching NGOs in the EU and US. And so, yeah, I felt like we had to talk about this because literally Concord is part of the reason they decided to launch this, Stop Killing Games initiative, undoubtedly. So Sony is part of the reason for trying to make this a thing. But also we think about something like High Guard. And if I understand the initiative for Stop Killing Games here, it's nothing crazy. It's just simply it seems like what it wants to do is have video game companies like Sony, for instance, when they decide they're going to invest in developing a live service video game, that they won't be able to, if it doesn't work out for them, just literally delete it and just it's gone as if it never existed. And to me, that makes sense. Like, it does feel kind of irresponsible to an extent. I feel like people, it just gives you a very uncomfortable feeling of like, I can't help but continue to think about Concord, where it's like, if you have a Concord disc, I mean, you were refunded, sure, but like, that is literally a coaster. There's like, you could put that disc in and like nothing will happen. There is no Concord game. There is nothing to play. It's just deleted. It's gone forever. And maybe I'm not summing it up very well, but Sir Digital Dude with a $5 super chat, you're saying, I would fire Phil Spencer the moment he declined that Marvel Games deal. Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to blame you there, man. You know what I think it is? Digital Dude, I'm gonna tell you why I think, on a bit of an aside, I think the reason why Phil Spencer turned that deal down was because when the Insomniac Games hack occurred, we got all that information about Insomniac and their deal, Sony's deal with Marvel and Disney. One of the things that was revealed is that the minimum amount of units sold, I think, for like Spider-Man to even justify the deal itself, let alone to become profitable, because Marvel and Disney need their cut, was like 6 million units. And I think that one of the reasons that Phil may have decided to decline that, which I'm not saying I agree with it, I'm just saying, like, he probably saw that and is like, we're not selling 6 million units. You know what's crazy to think, though? At the time that Marvel Games offered Microsoft that deal, exclusivity was still a thing for Microsoft. So they probably figured, this is going to actually lose us money, because can we really sell 6 million copies of an exclusive game? Again, you have to think, this is like the beginning of the Xbox One era, when like they're in the dumpster, bro. And so it's interesting to think that if they had made the decision much earlier on to be where they are now, where it's like, no, we are going to put games on other platforms, then they probably could have taken that deal. Can we sell 6 million units of a Microsoft developed and published Spider-Man game? But if I'm not mistaken, I think the actual reasoning, let me see. Why did Phil Spencer turn down Spider-Man? Phil Spencer turned down the opportunity to develop Marvel's Spider-Man in 2014 because Xbox's strategy at that time was to focus on their own first-party IP rather than licensed characters. Microsoft also opted not to pursue a third-party publishing deal for the Marvel project, allowing Sony to seize the opportunity. I mean, that's rough. Yeah, that's rough. I can't deny, Digital Dude, that to think you see what happened with Spider-Man 2018, you see Spider-Man 2, Miles Morales, we're talking about an upcoming Venom game, Wolverine coming up. I mean, to think that could have all been Microsoft's, that could have turned the tide, dude. That could have maybe turned the tide for the Xbox console. Maybe that. This is the Xbox curse, though, dude. It's always been like this, because Xbox turned down GTA 3 exclusivity, man. Absolutely cursed. Chris Brown with a $5 super chat saying, coworkers and friends convinced me to get Marathon. Wish me luck. Game looks fun to me. Let's see how many times I rage quit. FYI. Also on sale right now. Marathon's on sale right now. Good luck, Chris. My recommendation to you, what can I recommend? I don't know. I don't know my recommendation. I guess the only recommendation I could give you is if you're 10 hours into it and you're still confused, that's normal. That's okay. Keep going. Push through. If you're not enjoying it though, stop playing. Like if you're not getting anything out of it, don't be like me and force yourself to platinum it. But you'll have to let me know how it goes, Chris. All right. I'm going to wrap up this topic about stop killing games, but I just want to say this one thing here. I want to tell you guys what Stop Killing Games is, just so we have an actual understanding. Stop Killing Games is a 2024 consumer advocacy movement started by YouTuber Ross Scott to challenge the industry's practice of rendering purchased video games unplayable through server shutdowns. It advocates for legal changes requiring publishers to provide end-of-life patches, ensuring games remain functional after official support ends. So there you go. This is why I don't think there's anything wrong with this. I mean, dude, there are so many multiplayer experiences that are kept alive by the community. Like literally they have to like reverse engineer it and everything to bring it back. So I think this is a good thing. If they're able to get this through, it means that when a company like Sony or any others out there decide they want to make a live service game and make lots of money on that live service game, and it doesn't work that way, and they don't make money on it, and they want to move on, that at the very least, they have to ensure that players will still be able to access the game and play it. I can't say I'm against that. I like that. And it is so interesting to me that I like the idea and the reference of like, maybe it's not completely apt, but like you can play games from 20 years ago still today. Meanwhile, there's games that came out 3 years ago, Concord, that I think it's like 2 years ago that you can't play. Don't exist anymore. Interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. We're going to talk about Project Helix though for a little bit, guys. Okay? I have from WCCF Tech, Xbox Project Helix could be worth like a $3,000 gaming PC, says Leaker. That's disruptive. They say here in the latest episode of the Broken Silicon podcast, Leaker Moore's Law is Dead claimed that the next Xbox console, codenamed Project Helix, could be as disruptive as Apple's new MacBook Neo due to its sheer value, which Moore's Law is Dead likened to a $2,000 or even $3,000 gaming PC. Quote, Project Helix is basically a high-end PC, even using the same silicon as AMD's 70 or maybe 80 class RDNA 5 GPU is. It isn't an ultra level of PC hardware, but still far more power than consoles usually have. It will have the biggest APU in console history. I think over 400 square millimeters squared or something like that. Wait, 400 square millimeters squared or something insane of 3 nanometer. So if Project Helix has a PC mode, it could become a similarly disruptive product to the mid to high-end pre-builds as Apple's MacBook Neo has been for cheap laptops. Yes, it will be expensive for a console, but guys, if it's even $1,200, it's like a $2,000 to $3,000 gaming PC. That's disruptive. End quote. Of course, a lot will depend on Microsoft's ability to keep costs down, which will be extremely challenging unless RAM and SSD shortages do not improve in the near future. Still, based on previous leaks by Moore's Law is Dead and Kepler L2, Project Helix is expected to cost more than $1,000 and will be more powerful than Sony's PS6, although its performance advantage may not be that tangible in actual games at the end of the day. The chatter on that next Xbox exploded over the last couple of months. Just ahead of GDC 2026, new Microsoft Gaming CEO Asha Sharma teased that Project Helix would be, quote, leading in performance and play Xbox and PC games, end quote, alike, as mentioned in earlier rumors. At GDC 2026, Jason Ronald, vice president of the next gen of Xbox, revealed that the next Xbox would be an order of magnitude improvement over the existing console gen, while confirming that dev kits will be available in 2027. A couple of days ago, Kepler L2 added that Microsoft did not order any GPU customization for Project Helix, in a change from the previous Xbox consoles made in partnership with AMD, the Xbox 360, Xbox One, and Series X and S. However, that might be a conscious choice given the mandate to play both Xbox and PC games. It will likely be easier for developers if they just have to deal with a stock AMD GPU rather than a customized one that is only available in the Xbox environment. Yesterday, Kepler L2 also said that Project Helix consoles will also be available from OEMs. This is a reiteration of an earlier rumor. To date, Microsoft hasn't confirmed this. If that changes, we'll, of course, report on it. So, that's quite a bit there for Project Helix, man. But what are we thinking? What are we thinking about what Moore's Law is Dead saying? I don't know about that, MBG. Who would have developed Spider-Man? Do you think it would have been the same quality? Going back to that for a moment, Shadowlink. Yeah, dude. That's you know what? That's a great question, actually. I mean, hey, Microsoft was already working with Insomniac with what was that game called? Sunset Overdrive? Maybe, who knows? Maybe they could have struck the same type of deal that Sony did, where it's like, we'll take that Marvel license, we'll do Spider-Man. Let's talk to Insomniac. It's interesting to think, right? Like they could have, because keep in mind, Insomniac wasn't acquired by Sony until 2019. So Microsoft could have literally had Insomniac Spider-Man if they played their cards just right. But it probably wouldn't have. Knowing Microsoft, dude, it's better it worked out the way it did. And I'm not trying to throw shade at Microsoft, but let's be real. It's probably better they focused on their own IPs because, dude, look at, they just were not in a good place. They were not in a place to be shepherding anything like that. So I think it worked out for the better here. But guys, this is interesting. Do we agree with Moore's Law is Dead? Moore's Law is Dead is saying that even though Project Helix is going to be way more expensive than any other console we've seen, well over $1,000, it's going to be as powerful as potentially as a $2,000 or $3,000 gaming PC. And he says that's disruptive. Here's what I'm confused by. This is what's confusing to me. Why would Microsoft, there is a big difference there, Titus. Why would Microsoft create a $2,000 to $3,000 device? This device costs $2,000 to $3,000 to produce. Or maybe, okay, hold on. Maybe I'm reading this wrong. Is he saying, is Moore's Law is Dead saying that even if it's $1,200, it's like a $2,000 to $3,000 gaming PC? Is he saying that the performance of it, like it's gonna run games at that level, that it'll look like this is what you get from a $2,000 to $3,000 gaming PC? I'm just confused here because it's like, how is this possible? If they're taking off the shelf parts for Project Helix, right, and they're putting it into the box, and we're hearing that this thing is going to be the equivalent of like a 5090, therefore it's going to be a very expensive device, something's not adding up here. Like, my mind immediately goes towards, so they are willing to eat money and eat the costs on this device? Because if that's what they're willing to do, then why would they not just do that in the console space? Do you get what I'm saying? Where it's like, I mean, I guess it is plausible, right? It is plausible that they are still willing to eat the cost. They are willing to take a loss on every Project Helix sold if it's in the name of trying to move people away from Steam, perhaps. I mean, I know Moore's Law is Dead. He has this theory that I'm still completely unsure of. I mean, he could be completely wrong. I mean, he might be completely wrong about it. His theory is that Steam might not actually be available on this Project Helix device. And that's because everything Microsoft is doing with Project Helix is to try to like compete against Steam. Like they want developers to develop first. They want, like, in other words, his theory is that he wants devs to choose to develop for Xbox before Steam, for like Microsoft PC before Steam. And I think that's kind of crazy because I'm like, who's going to do that? What developers are going to do that? I don't think any devs are going to do that. Like, devs are not going to forego Steam, but I guess the greater insinuation here is that Microsoft is trying to go after Steam. And I think that may make some sense, where it's like the problem that Microsoft has had with Steam, presumably, is, wait a second, we dominate PC. Windows is PC. Why are we not dominating gaming on PC? We let somebody else do that, and that somebody else is Valve. So we could be looking at a potential situation where maybe Microsoft's greater play here is, yeah, no, Sony's our ally. Like, we're good. We're cool, Sony. Like, we're going to keep releasing our games on your console, get some sales, make some money. It'll be great. This device is, we're trying to take on Steam. It could be that. But that's crazy to me because it's like, so wait, you tried to take on Sony. That didn't work. So now you're going to try to take on Steam? I feel like that's an even harder task, potentially. But maybe it's not. Maybe from Microsoft's viewpoint, they see it as, well, the reason why we lost so badly to Sony was because we struggled in first party. But by the time we got our first party where it needed to be, it was too late. So maybe that first party advantage can be leveraged over Valve. But again, if you're releasing your games day one on Steam, that doesn't make sense either. So I don't know. I'm not sure that I agree that this could really be disruptive. What I can say, I'll tell you this right now. If I can buy a Project Helix for like $1,200, and it's like, this is the equivalent of a $2,000 to $3,000 PC, and I can use it as my PC, I would buy that when I need to upgrade my PC again. I would definitely, that actually sounds extremely tantalizing to me. I wouldn't really use it for gaming, because I want to play on PlayStation. But as somebody who does use a Windows PC for what I do here, it's like, that is fascinating to me. But that hinges completely on whether or not I'd be able to use it as an actual full-blown Windows PC without having to make any compromises, But that's why something doesn't add up here, because it's like, why would they sell it for $1,200? If it's as valuable as a $2,000 to $3,000 PC, which again, there's $1,000 difference there, but if it's that valuable, how are you selling it for $1,200? Shadowlink, you're saying it's not off the shelf parts, just not custom. They had deals with AMD for purchasing chips, and they get these parts in bulk and on a discount because of that. So yes, it will be like a 2 to 3. Oh, okay. I guess that makes more sense. Yeah, that okay. Yeah, that starts to add up. Buying in bulk, getting better deals. Guys, dude, that would be the craziest thing ever. Guys, today's episode of Press X Podcast is powered by my Project Helix. That might be the future, though. That might happen. Let me see. Titus, you were saying something that I missed. Saying, I told you a year ago, MBG, Sony, Microsoft now fear Steam because it's continually amazing and the players love and trust them. And that's good. They should be paying attention to Steam. I don't use Steam, but I definitely acknowledge that, hey, Sony, Microsoft, take some notes here. There's definitely stuff you can do that if you don't even if you don't view Steam as a competitor, like people, people are noticing, they're paying attention, and this will help you. This will help you. It'll make your players happier. Not everything, of course, but you're not wrong there, Titus. Like, there's definitely notes that Sony and Microsoft should be taking. Microsoft, so you'll buy a gaming PC just for streaming? Well, maybe. It depends on, like, it would feel weird, but like, it's not too different from what I have right now. I have a gaming PC. I don't use it for gaming. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I guess I bought it because I'm like, maybe if I guess I just kind of wanted that insurance policy of just like, if I ever do want to game on PC, I want to be able to do that. It's a little bit outdated now, but I don't know. I guess I just felt like I wanted it to be kind of not even future proof, but it just, I probably shouldn't have bought a gaming PC. Like, truthfully, I probably could have saved some money, but the question would be how much money. And that's the thing. Like, I don't know that I'm convinced. If what we're hearing about Project Helix is true, I don't know that I'm convinced it's going to be $1,200. You know? I don't know that I'm convinced about that, because it's like, if it's going to be that powerful, like that powerful, I think it's an RTX 3060, Titus. So yeah, I'm definitely behind now, but you know. I mean, dude, I want this PC. I want to use this PC for as long as I can, though. We'll see. Like, Project Helix, it's interesting to me how it is trying to be something different. And the way it's discussed, man, it feels like nobody can really settle on what this machine is actually going to be. Now, granted, a lot of that probably is because there's so much we still don't know. But, I mean, how many people are going to care about that? Like, when I go back to what Moore's Law is Dead is saying, it's like, guys, this device could be disruptive because you're potentially getting the performance and the capability of a 2 to 3K gaming PC for $1,200. I mean, you could see how that would be tantalizing. You can definitely see it. But I guess I question, like, how many people would something like that truly appeal to? Make it happen, ABG. Buy that box for streaming. That would be so funny. That would be so funny, dude. I should, just for that reason alone. It's like, just like we wanted MBG, you could we got, what if Helix has like a little switch on it? What if it's that simple? What if there's literally a switch on it? Like on the actual box where it's like console mode, PC mode, and you just like flick it over. So when you start it, it just boots up in the console mode. They could do something like that, right? Maybe that'd be a good idea. But it's starting to seem more and more that Project Helix doesn't want to compete with PlayStation as much as maybe it's trying to compete with Steam. Clark, you want some treats, dude? MBG, come on, you're smarter than this. Remember when Microsoft marketed Series X as the most powerful? And we know how that turned out. Well, yeah, I don't think the power factor for games is going to matter nearly as much. I do think that Helix, well, it's not that I think, based on the APU of the PlayStation 6 and Project Helix, we know that Project Helix is more powerful, but the actual practical difference It's probably going to be negligible, you know, ultimately. I think that's what it was with the PS5 and the Series X. It's negligible. Like even right now, the PS5 Pro exists. Do games look and run better on the Pro compared to a Series X? Yes. Does that mean if you're playing something like Pragmata on a Series X, it looks awful or bad or like, no, not at all. So considering how much closer, I think there's like a 15% power difference based on what we saw with the leaked APUs. I don't know. I just don't see much, especially when you consider like Sony's working so closely. Well, here's what's interesting. Sony's working so closely with AMD on Project Amethyst. I always have to remind people like the technologies that are being produced through Project Amethyst are not exclusive to Sony. In other words, like it's not just like Sony can only use it. You like this technology is only going to be used through through the PlayStation 6 and PlayStation. I mean, it's kind of like when you look at FSR. FSR is something that FSR 5 is going to come. Microsoft can use FSR 5. Any developer making an Xbox game will be able to use FSR 5. But Sony will have their own proprietary. I mean, it is proprietary, like, but it's what they worked on. That is the result of Project Amethyst. So, in other words, I guess the best way to like word it is what they're doing with Project Amethyst, the technology that arises from that will be available to use for everybody, but Sony's going to take it and then they're going to make their own tweaks to it and give it its own name. It's kind of like that. And that's what PSSR is. That's why like when you look at PSSR2, people are like, wait, is this just FSR4? And it's like, kind of, but no. It is separate from FSR4. It is its own technology. Mark Cerny made his own tweaks to it. You know? Bobby, you're enjoying the show today? I'm glad to hear that, man. MBG, if you watch the CES Xbox beard guy, all they did is reverse engineer the PlayStation dev kits and renamed all the software. Like they revised the tech. PlayStation's been doing that stuff since the PlayStation 5 launch. Yeah, and that's why I think like even with that in mind, Ray, like these consoles are going to be. I don't think that when we evaluate the PlayStation 6 and Project Helix, I don't think anybody's going to be talking about the power. I think everybody's going to be talking about one is a PC and one is not. I think that's what it boils down to. And I know some people use that, like some people weaponize that. And I have too in the past where I'm like, it's a freaking PC. Who cares? Not even like who cares, but like call it what it is. But I think in reality, I think that's what's going to make people like, I think if I had to guess where we're going to be come holiday 2027, I think it's going to be simple. It's going to be, here's a PlayStation 6, $700, and it's a games console, and it's getting super strong third-party support. It's going to have some new features, DualSense 2, and you'll get some exclusives. You know, Sony first-party games that you can only get on PlayStation. Here's Project Helix. It's going to be, let's just say $1,000. I think it'll be more. It could be more than that, but let's just say $1,000. They're not doing exclusive games, but instead you get the freedom of a PC. You can put it in a full PC mode. It's going to be very powerful, and you can do anything you want on it basically, except play PlayStation games or Nintendo games. And I think when people, I don't know. I don't think so, Wyme. You're saying Moore's Law is dead, calls it a console, and it will have exclusives. But I have a quote here from Moore's Law where he says, guys, if it's even $1,200, it's like a $2,000 to $3,000 gaming PC. So I don't think even Moore's Law is dead fully. I don't think anybody fully knows what this is going to truly look like. But my guess is that it's just going to come down to one, like if we're talking PlayStation 6 versus Project Helix, one is just a games machine. And the other is more than that. And I think what Microsoft is kind of maybe hoping for is their more premium price tag could end up being appealing to people if they feel as though that it's more than that part is worth it. But I don't think so, man. I'm still betting against that because it's like, who's going to feel that way? You know, unless the crazy thing happens and they're like, well, I mean, what's a game that could be a launch title for Project Helix? Do we have any launch titles for Microsoft first party that could be a Project Helix game? Anything? I mean, I know they have a ton of studios. I'm not sure which games they're developing that could be ready to go. Somebody will think of something. Mark, Sony takes parts of FSR he needs and tweaks them for PSSR just like he does with the CPU and GPUs on PlayStations. Yeah, that's pretty much his specialty, man. That's what he does. State of Decay. There we go. State of Decay. No, Fable's coming out this year. All right, so let's say State of Decay 3 is going to be a launch title for Project Helix. And they're like, it's going to be exclusive. Clockwork Revolution. It's going to be exclusive. It's not releasing on Steam. It's not releasing on PlayStation. It's not releasing on Switch. Only Xbox and Xbox for Windows. Xbox PC. That it even then, I don't know what that changes. I mean, I hate to say that because I do think it would change the discourse a lot. We would be talking about it nonstop. And it would feel initially like, oh my God, they're going back to exclusives. But then you realize like, okay, but who's gonna, and I don't mean this rudely, it's just a serious question. Like, how many, I don't want to say who's going to, because there will be people. How many people are going to be like State of Decay 3, Clockwork Revolution, Scalebound? Scalebound's coming back. I mean, let's just say a new Halo. Let's go with a big one. New Halo. You got a new Halo, State of Decay 3, Clockwork Revolution, and $1,000 console / PC. Are you in? I don't know. I mean, it sounds interesting to me. I like that. I like the sound of that. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like, oh, it's premium. Am I in? It's a lot of money. It's gonna be a lot of money for Sony too. Sony $700 console, maybe $800. They're gonna have their own exclusives. I almost wonder if Microsoft is willing to actually go in that direction. It's gonna be like the good old days of you got Sony and Microsoft duking it out, fighting for your purchase. It's just that now it's the cost has just gone up. You know, like it's everything more premium now. I would love to see that. I mean, I know a lot of people would be priced out, and that sucks. And it would make the decision that much harder, right? For people who are actually trying to decide, it would make it so much harder because it's way more expensive. You know, for the price of one console, you used to be able to just get 2 consoles. You could get both. But I don't know. I don't see that happening. I would love to see it, but I don't see it happening. Damn it, MEG, why'd you have to bring up Scalebound? I'm sorry. We almost forgot about it. Oh, dude, I forgot about Deep Down. People that have PS5 and don't want a PS6 because all the games will be cross-gen. Yeah, I mean, I hate well, I don't hate it. Hate's a strong word. I dislike where we are right now with this because we're in that we're in that area where we're close enough to next gen that we're hearing about it constantly. There's always tidbits of info coming out. There's rumors and there's leaks, but we're far enough away from it that like neither Sony nor Microsoft will make it clear what they're doing. We still have to wait till next year. So there's still just so much speculation in regards to all this. But you know, do I think Microsoft going the more PC oriented route with Project Helix and basically saying it's a 2.5 thousand, it's like a $2,000 to $3,000 PC being sold for, you know, $1,200? Tell you to stop trolling me, bro. Is that going to be disruptive? I don't know. I'm not so sure. It might be. It might be. If it is going to be disruptive, it's going to be disruptive in the PC space, not the console space. That's what I'll say. And maybe that's what Moore's Law is really getting at. Is like, yeah, in the PC space, Helix could be disruptive. And I could see that. But console space, no, I don't think so. And Chris Brown with a $5 super chat says, I'm planning on upgrading my PC within the next 2 years. So if the Project Helix is a solid PC hybrid, I wouldn't mind just picking that up instead. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying, where it's like, if in the next 3 years or something, I have to upgrade my PC, you know, something goes wrong or whatever, it's like, all right, well, I got to upgrade. I would at least look at Helix and be like, well, like, is this a full-blown Windows 11 thing? Like, can I just literally put this under my desk and use it like my PC currently? And if the answer to that is yeah, there's literally no difference, but it just packs a massive gaming punch. It like punches way above its weight in terms of price in the PC space. Okay, that doesn't sound bad to me. But I still question like okay, but what is the intent here? How, like, I still question, how do you pull that off, Microsoft, without losing a ton of money? And granted, maybe Shadowlink kind of answered that. It's like, oh, well, they're buying in bulk and stuff, and they'll be able to. I don't know. We will have to see, man. There's still so many questions that are not answered, and we're seemingly not going to be getting those answers anytime soon. But we can speculate, right? Well, that's another good question. Will Helix be upgradable? Because that's true too. If you choose to buy Helix over, say, just a pre-built PC, with a pre-built PC, you can upgrade parts whenever you want. You know? If Helix is going to lean more towards the traditional console form factor, I doubt you'll be able to do that. It sounds like you won't be able to do that. So would that really be as disruptive in the PC space as we think? Great price. Yeah, it's a fair trade-off. It's a Temu PC. You like, I guess that is a fair trade-off where we're able to give you a really powerful PC for a lower price point, but you can't customize it. So like, you know, when you eventually reach that point where this isn't enough anymore, you just can't really. So in that sense, it kind of does come off as like a console. Yeah, this is weird. This is a weird space, man, to be in. I'm fascinated to see how Microsoft rolls Project Helix out, man, because, and you know what else is going to be interesting? It's going to be really interesting to see what an Xbox console rollout, or device, I should say, console/PC device, what that looks like under somebody like Asha Sharma. Because we've seen what it looks like with Phil Spencer numerous times now, and it's always kind of been the same. We saw what it looked like under Don Matrick, and that was, I don't think it can get any worse than that. So this, you know, it will be an interesting rollout, I think, at the very least, even if it crashes and burns, which I don't know if it will. It could be a success, maybe not. I think the rollout will be interesting, something worth paying attention to in the sense of, oh, Oh, you're doing that. Okay. Boss, you ready for your treats, dude? I just let the beasts come in when they want now. All right, let me see. Where are we at? Okay, so we actually are close to the 4-hour mark. Guys, I think, is that it for the topics today? Let me double check. I think that might be. Oh, there is so I have two very brief PlayStation topics here. I'm just going to run right through these though, because they're not like, I can't really say much about them, but just in case you're wondering, PlayStation topic number 1, there's a new Helldivers 2 war bond. The Exo Experts war bond drops April 28th. The latest Helldivers 2 war bond entitled the Exo Experts, April 28th. Machines, our enemies, but they can also be forces for good, tools at our disposal. And when you need to fight fire with fire, it is important to be an exo expert. The Ministry of Defense has authorized the immediate mobilization of new exosuits to aid our ongoing war efforts against the enemies of managed democracy. Let's start where all good war bonds start, with the latest offensive items included in the Exo Experts, beginning with Exo 51 Lumberer, a modern reinvention of the Lumberers of the First Galactic War. This exosuit is equipped with an anti-tank cannon and a flamethrower, allowing you to unleash maximum devastation upon your foes and then purge smaller enemies into the flames of liberty. I love that they're still going with it, man. Next up, we have the Exo 55 Breakthrough, brandishing a flak cannon and the ballistic shield, allowing you to face off with Super Earth's toughest foes whilst laying down heavy fire. So it's basically like an exosuit with a shield and a Gatling gun. That's pretty sick. For those who don't like to overburden themselves, we are introducing the MGX-42 Bulletstorm, a disposable machine gun sporting caseless ammunition in multiple barrels. Each usage includes 2 of these, so you can throw them away when you are done. Not forgetting our ground troops, we have the SMG-203 Gallant, a submachine gun with a high rate of fire. This is the MP-98 Knight's older brother, sacrificing clip size for increased penetration. Finally, to round out your kit, try the new P-33 missile pistol, utilizing the latest in guided heat-propelled rounds and a lock-on feature, proven to hit its target 60% of the time, every time. Armors and capes to ensure you remain. This actually looks really sick. To ensure that I should probably have this up on screen, but you'll just have to visualize. To ensure you remain compliant with safety regulations, make sure you have these new armors. The O2 Heavy Operator Armor is a state-mandated uniform for Super Earth citizens who must operate heavy machinery and is best paired with the Watchful Compatriot Cape, which sports a retro print that was first made popular in GW1 serial merchandising. It helps citizens to remember that not all machines are twisted mechano-socialists. Some are piloted by true-hearted humans, and we can all rest easy in their gaze. I love these write-ups. The O3 Free Spirit armor comes equipped with Steel Comfort, this armor that allows the wearer to feel every curve, bump, and jostle of their exosuit, as if they were drifting into one single being. The Free-Spirited Sprangles cape pays tribute to the mischief makers and mavericks, those trailblazers who dutifully execute their orders with universally endearing panache. The star-crossed tail calls to mind the special kind of freedom that can only be achieved by going very fast in very expensive state-owned vehicles. New armors come stock standard with the oxygenator perk, allowing you to walk, run, and slide slightly quicker within Super Earth health and safety guidelines. To ensure others know you are up to the job, you can also equip the new Exosuit Certified title that makes sure to let them know how you feel with the thumb of approval emote and victory pose. The War Bond also includes the mobile white patterns. Prepare to become an EXO expert on April 28th. So there you go. Helldivers still going strong, man. I love those write-ups. I love that. I love that they're still. It's just still going. It's still going, man. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of thought Helldivers would have been losing support by now. A little bit of support. There's 37,889 players on Helldivers 2 on Steam right now. The 24-hour peak was 41,141. So it's still going strong, man. Helldivers is still going strong. Love to see it. I haven't played it in quite some time, but I have to say I am really curious to see what the future of Helldivers looks like. They're making a movie, but I have to imagine Helldivers 3 is going to be a thing maybe later in the PlayStation 6 generation. And that's going to be huge, dude. That's going to be huge. More Bungie devs working on Marathon than on Destiny 2, according to Forbes. That makes sense to me, though. I think they're done with Destiny 2, man. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I think Destiny 2 is kind of cooked. Maybe cooked is the wrong word to use, but it's just, you know, it had its time in the sun. It's been there for a long time. So that's the update to Helldivers. I do want to say here, though, the second update we have is for Gran Turismo. In this month's free update, the Polyphony team is dropping the ridiculously fast 1286 BHP 24 Yang Wang U9. They're also introducing the practical 93 Renault Twingo. In addition, the Leichbo 964, a mix of classic 911 styling and air-cooled ruggedness is included. I don't know what they're saying. It's considered one of Porsche's greatest hits, with only 86 ever produced, making it one of the rarest of this generation. The update also includes a new menu, 3 New World Circuit events, move the camera up and down, 3 curation, height adjustability in scapes, and power pack updates, and update 1.69, which will be available beginning today, April 23rd. Additionally, the new Gran Turismo World Series season is beginning. Yang Wang. All right. Power Pack / Power Pack challenges. Power Pack challenges will be added in this mode. Players can receive a variety of rewards according to the number of races completed within the fixed period. Rewards will be updated weekly, and progress can be checked from the world map screen or the dialogue in the top right of the event selection. And then the 2026 Gran Turismo World Series, the online qualifiers are done. The GT World Series 2026 lineup of drivers is decided, and now it's time for the all-action live events. First up is Milan on Saturday, May 23rd, at the historic Teatro Lorico. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Close to the city's famous Duomo. And tickets are selling fast. The action at the Teatro Lorico will start at 5 p.m. local time with the Manufacturers' Cup before the Nations Cup drivers take the stage at 7:30 p.m. PT. Jeez. There's always so much going on with Gran Turismo, dude. I'm just trying to do my due diligence here. I'm trying to do what's right and make everybody aware of these updates for Sony's, like one of Sony's biggest first-party games. But I just don't know what's going on with Gran Turismo ever. Full 2026 calendar. The 2026 calendar will feature round 2 taking place at Polyphony Digital Inc.'s Tokyo studio and set for broadcast on August 15th. Round 3 sees the GT World Series land in Singapore on Saturday, October 3rd for an event at the Sands Theater, Marana Bay Sands. The championship decider, the World Finals, sees the return to Tokyo at the new Shibuya Love's venue. Love's venue? I shouldn't have decided to read this blog post, man. December 5th and 6th. If you can't make it in person, you can catch all the action on the GT website or their YouTube channel or in-game in GT7. Interesting. in-game benefits. As ever, the GT World Series offers plenty of incentives to get involved on Gran Turismo 7. The world map will feature GTWS-themed challenges, as well as the Predict the Winner and viewer campaigns. There you go. Big GT update, big Helldivers update. I know, I'm sorry. I probably butchered that that PlayStation blog, but hey, man, I'm reading this after talking for like 4 hours, so not bad. All right, guys, we're going to do a last call here. Well, there you go. Chris appreciated that. I'm glad Chris appreciated it. We're going to do a last call. I have one last topic, packed with topics today. We got one more. It's about the Elden Ring movie. And we'll also announce the last call here. So, guys, we are sitting at 36 members. We are 14 away from hitting 50. It's okay if we don't hit 50. It's getting late. Don't necessarily know if I want to drum, but if we do hit 50, I will still drum at the end of the stream for a little bit. So it's up to you guys if you want to hit that mark, but 36 is still very good. And if you want to drop any more super chats or direct donations, do so while we cover this last topic, because after this topic is done, I'm going to finish up here. I did miss a direct donation from a little while ago. I apologize. I really have to figure out how to make sure I can get notified when I get direct donations. Prince says someone dropped some gifts. Yeah, yep. Just in time for the Elden Ring movie discussions. Anonymous has tipped $6. Unmute my main account. I've been using the alt for years. LMAO. JJ Too Sad 504 Hail Daddy Cerny. Well, he said Hail Daddy Cerny. Although I'm trying to understand here, he says at JJ Too Sad 504. Is that his? Is that your alt that you're using now, or that has to be your account you're asking to get unbanned? Why were you banned? Why were you banned? Oh yeah, top chat always. My bad. Unmute my main account. JJ Too Sad. Well, why would? I mean, I always get caught off guard when people ask me to like unban them or whatever, because it's like I don't even remember. I certainly can't remember banning them. I definitely don't remember why they were banned. Let me do this Elden Ring topic, and then I might go check to see if I can figure that out. Thank you for the direct donation, though. Okay. All right, so guys, we have some info on the Elden Ring movie. Some of you may just be finding out for the first time that there is, in fact, a live-action Elden Ring movie. So we found out the other day there's going to be a Bloodborne animated film that Sony's producing, and YouTuber Jacksepticeye is acting as a producer. We don't know who's writing that Bloodborne movie, or directing, or starring, for that matter. But with Elden Ring, we seemingly have a lot more information here. A24 appears to be putting all of its eggs into the Elden Ring movie adaptation. And yes, A24 is the one producing the Elden Ring movie. As sources speaking to The Hollywood Reporter share, it's working on a $100 million budget to create the company's, quote, largest and most ambitious project to date. Filming is expected to start this week in the UK, with sets having already been spotted depicting Limgrave and A Church of Marika. Alex Garland of Ex Machina and Civil War fame is directing the film, and A24 is putting more into it than Marty Supreme. There will reportedly be 100 days of principal photography, with the release date set for March 3rd, 2028. So we have some time. We have some time. As confirmed yesterday, here is the cast for the Elden Ring film. Kit Connor, Ben Whishaw, Kaylee Spaney, Tom Burke, Havana Rose Liu, Sonoya Mizuno, Jonathan Price, Ruby Cruz, Nick Offerman, John Hodgkinson, Jefferson Hall, Emma Laird, and Peter Serafinowicz. I don't know if I said that correctly. Guys, have you seen any of the leaked set footage of the Elden Ring movie? Because it looks pretty crazy. I have to admit, it seems like this actually has the potential to be pretty sick. Chris, thanks for hanging out, man. It's very interesting to me that we're going to be getting a Bloodborne. Well, we're getting a Bloodborne animated film, but what's most interesting to me about the Elden Ring movie is its live action. And I do wonder if, like, what I feel like it just, even though it's just leaked set footage, it looks awesome. Like the sets for the live action Elden Ring movie look really awesome. And it just makes me wonder, like, maybe, I don't know, maybe Sony should have went in the direction of live action for Bloodborne, but maybe that, I don't know, maybe that's too difficult, too tricky. Cause I mean, yeah, I was going to say, like, trying to replicate Yarnum in live action may be too difficult, but then I'm realizing, like, dude, there are areas in Elden Ring that are pretty much just like that, if not even crazier. So, Shems, are you just hearing about this now? What's going on, man? Are you just hearing about the Elden Ring movie? The best movie will be the new Evil Dead burn. I saw the teaser for that. I've watched all the Evil Dead movies, and I don't know. It's weird because, like, I mean, Evil Dead is cool, like the newer Evil Dead stuff, but yeah, man, I when I think of Evil Dead, I think of Ash. You know, I think of Sam Raimi and Bruce Campbell. Luna, what's up? Luna, you want some treats? I'm gonna give Luna some treats. I think I saw those screenshots. Yeah. Clark, you already got some, bro. You already got some. These are Luna's. Oh, come on. All right. Evil Dead is hands down one of your favorites. You'd rather make the Bloodborne like the Castlevania show, which was good, versus making a movie like Elden Ring. Yeah, I do think the cool thing about the Bloodborne movie being animated is it has much more leeway. Like, it can pull a lot of things off without having to worry about the practicality of it. Whereas with the Elden Ring, that's why I'm so fascinated by the Elden Ring movie, because it's like, that's pretty ambitious. I feel like there are definitely aspects of an Elden Ring live action movie that can go horrifically wrong. But I like the fact that A24 is producing it, man. A24 is really interesting, and they're not the company that I would have expected to be producing it. Also, can we talk about how, just for a second here, the Metal Gear Solid movie is confirmed to be in production at Sony Pictures Columbia Pictures, which they, is part of Sony Pictures. They bought them. Why is it not PlayStation Productions? The reason why I find this strange is because there's a Resident Evil movie that's in development, and it's apparently it's having test screenings already, and that's part of PlayStation Productions. How not? But not Metal Gear Solid? That's so strange to me. What's up with that? My theory is it's because Kojima's working with Columbia Pictures. They're going to secretly get input from Kojima. MGS movies cursed? It might be, yeah. Why does that sound familiar, Titus? That movie sounds familiar. I don't know what it is, but it feels like it rings a bell. Jeez, Luna. Here we go. Look at how massive Luna is, dude. She's like a giant. Getting distracted with my cat laser again. All right. Well, I think that pretty much wraps it up, guys. I will go check to see this person. Apparently they're banned. I have to play Shadow of the Erdtree. I don't know if I ever will. I'm like too far gone now. Shems, what's wrong? Shems, you know, I've been streaming for over 4 hours. Missed the stream yesterday. What happened to it? We covered the important topics that I was trying to cover in yesterday's stream today. So you didn't miss anything yesterday. Just some nonsense happened that I just wanted to take it down and not worry about it. No, don't leave us. Please, we beg you. All right, guys. If you drop a member gift, I'll stay for 5 more minutes. You drop 5 member gifts, I'll stay for 15 more minutes. You get us to 50, I'll drum for a little bit. While staying for 10 more minutes, okay? That's how it's got to be. My head's starting to hurt. If you do want to join the Discord, by the way, thank you, Ray. Ray, he's making it a regular thing now. He dropped the Discord link in the chat. You do not have to be a member. It is I know it's a diabolical deal, isn't it, Titus? Titus will be like, that's a diabolical deal. Here's a member gift. Hey, I'm not begging. I want to make it clear. I'm totally satisfied with 36. Okay? Like, I'm ready to head out. I thought it was a great stream. We got all the topics. I'm just saying, you know, if there's, I'm giving you a little nudge. If you ever want to know how to keep me around for a little bit longer, that's how you do it. Because I don't feel right just leaving if somebody drops some support. It makes me feel obligated, like I have to stay. So, you know what? Actually, don't drop any more gifts. I don't know why. I'm starting to get a headache, and it's annoying the hell out of me because I'm like, dude, 1 member equals 10 minutes. You drive a hard bargain. What did I say? 1 member's 5 minutes. What? I said 1 member's 5 minutes, right? You drive a hard bargain. Want 10 minutes? Ooh, $5 for 10 minutes of my time. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking I might be hungry. Maybe my blood sugars have dropped a little bit. I knew I should have taken a bite of that cake pop. Knew I should have. All right. I do have to go do this one thing though. I told this guy I would. Hold on. Let's do it while we're live. So if he's watching, if I can't find his name, he'll know I tried. Guys, hold on one sec. I'm sorry, I'm muted. I know I was muted. My bad. I was muted. I'm just trying to find this guy's name real quick. He asked me. I don't know if I'll be able to find his name. Why? There's a guy in here. Xbox is third party. Dude, what? I want to read some of these names to you. They're so heinous, though. Like, I can't. Not seeing them. Really? There's just a name in here. R. Kelly. R. Kelly's banned from my channel. What? That's it. I went through it all, dude. I don't. So this guy who dropped a direct donation, I tried, man. Unless there's a different name, it could be. I think he said, was it JJ 2 cents? You're saying your fan base different, MBG? Oh, what? With the type of trolls I get? Yeah, I mean, there's some weird ones out there, man. There's some weird ones. I'm just trying to be normal, you know? Can't we just be normal? Before I head out, though, guys, we're at 148 likes. We need 2 more likes. 2 more likes, and we're at 150. Thank you. I was hoping to get to 150 for the day. I really appreciate that. But yeah, this is where we're actually going to wrap it up now. I appreciate everybody tuning in and hanging out today. Shems, you will be normal. Please. You can be a little weird. That's fine. MBG, it's honestly humbling to see you reading a lot of my chats without even paying. No super chats or memberships. Thank you. Yeah, I try, man. I appreciate that you appreciate that. I mean, yeah, I do ask for a little bit of support sometimes from my community. I know it comes off as begging, and I try not to be that way because it doesn't feel good. But I try to, even it out where it's like, if I'm able to get the support that I need, to me, it only feels fair to try to be inclusive. And I don't want to just do that thing where it's like, I only read super chats. Not that there's like, listen, if I was like hosting a show with multiple people or something, that's different. I would have no choice but to do it that way. But I think one of the things that has helped the streams a lot and helped the channel a lot is community engagement. And I try my best there. I can't get everybody's chats, obviously, but I do what I can. So I'm glad you appreciate it, Tarnished. Go eat some shrimp scampi. Yeah. I appreciate your understanding, Animal. I mean, I know it. I try not to be too much with it, but you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Like it's a lot of times people they're like, oh yeah, I would donate a little bit, but they just don't know. I get people on the channel all the time where they're like, what's it, like what are memberships? What's this membership thing? Or like what's that goal? Or I think everybody at this point kind of knows what super chats are though, So that's although we have a new thing. What is it? It's the Prince, you were dropping some earlier, the jewels. I still don't understand what's going on with the jewels, man. I still don't understand. Maybe one day I'll figure it out. We'll see. And Shadowlink drops a $5 super chat. Thank you, Shadowlink. He says, you're reading chats from people. Not super chatting is why I started supporting the way I do. Well, I'm glad to hear that then, Shadowlink. I'm glad. See, it pays off in some sense. Shadowlink's like, good guy MBG over here. Good guy MBG. Well, thank you, man. Yeah, you've been a huge supporter, Shadowlink, and I appreciate everything you've done for the channel and the community. And, at the end of the day, I got to reciprocate. Here's my reciprocation. Why am I holding the can that way? Bro, here's my reciprocation. My like wrist is snapped and I'm just like awkwardly drinking my seltzer. Is that good enough for you, Prince? No, I know. We're getting there. We're getting there. Top Shelf Gaming says he never read my chats. I just read that one. Though. Prince, you're saying from now on I'll donate via Streamlabs. That works. We could do that. Yeah. Yeah, the Streamlabs direct donation thing has been great, man. It definitely helps. I mean, I always obviously need a certain amount of super chats flowing, a certain amount of membership gifts, but I like having the alternative for people who either prefer it or, in your case, Prince, it just helps find a workaround, you know? Shems uses his milestone chat member for 35 months at Players Limits. He says, okay, bye. Have a good one, everyone. Shems just got here. Now he's saying bye. Well, yeah, thank you guys for hanging out with me. Appreciate all the support you show. If the only thing you're able to do is just spend some time watching the stream, thank you. If you've gone any further than that, if you hit the like button, and especially if you donated anything, thank you so much for that. I can't do it without you. You guys make the channel possible. You fuel the channel. So always appreciate that. I also want to make sure to give a shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for all the Press X podcast episodes. If you guys see Devil Shooter in the comments with those timestamps, make sure you give him some thanks. Show him some love. I know he appreciates it. Devil Shooter, thank you for what you do, man. And that's pretty much it. So we should be back here tomorrow if everything goes according to plan. And we'll have another Press X podcast episode. And that's it. So, guys, enjoy the rest of your day, evening, or night. I will catch you all in the next one. Until then, take care, everyone.